Okay, Madam Clerk, let's go ahead and call to order the meeting of the Long Beach City Council. Roll call, please.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Present.
Councilmember Duggan.
Here.
Councilmember Supernaw.
Here.
Councilwoman Kerr.
Here.
Councilmember Ricks Odie.
Here.
Mayor Richardson.
I am here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So we're going to go to Councilmember Kerr to lead us in a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us here tonight. And for those of you watching at home, we're glad to be with all of you. If you could take a moment, there's a lot going on in life in the world, and take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Please stand if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you very much. Where's our city attorney? It's her favorite part. It's the report out. There she is. Can we have a report out from closed session, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely. So I need to report that we have settled one case, the case of Tina Ramos versus City of Long Beach, in the amount of $125,000.
All right, thank you. All right, well, welcome everybody to the Long Beach City Council meeting. It is budget time. I think that's why everybody is here. That's all right. We're talking about the budget. We're here for the budget, right? Let's celebrate. That's a good thing. This is how we fund our city services, our city employees. It is a great time of the year. We have two presentations that we'll go through, and then we'll get right into, we'll do public comment, then we'll go right into the budget. And then after the budget, we just have a few more items to take care of. So it shouldn't be, it's a pretty straightforward night this evening. So let's start off with our presentations. We'll start with the Long Beach Gives. It's an annual fundraising drive to support our nonprofits in our community. And to present on this, let's introduce Michelle Byerly, the Executive Director of the Long Beach Nonprofit Partnership. Michelle, you have the floor.
Hello. That's nice. Thank you. Thank you. This could be a budget item. We can put a lot in for Long Beach Gives and all the nonprofits while we're at it tonight. But good afternoon or good evening, Mayor and Council. And I am Michelle Byerly, the Executive Director of the Nonprofit Partnership and also co-chair of the Long Beach Gives Steering Committee. And we are back for our 6th year with Long Beach Gives this year. So thank you for allowing us the space this year. We could cheer for that. I heard some
That's
cheers.
right.
Thank you for allowing us the space to recognize Long Beach Gives and all the amazing nonprofits participating and those that are here today. And for those that don't know, it's the online giving day for the City of Long Beach, and it raises awareness and funds for Long Beach nonprofits. We are the largest collaboration of nonprofits in the city, and so excited to be back for this year, our 6th year, and a record year with over 260 nonprofits so far and a few more waiting to get into the mix. And a lot of those are here today. So as you know, this started back in 2019, and I just have to always mention through the hard work and determination of Julie Meenan, the Executive Director of the Josephine Gumbiner Foundation, a foundation that has put in over $18 million into Long Beach nonprofits over their history, and also, yeah, we can talk about that. Founded the Nonprofit Partnership as well as Long Beach Gives. And this is really a way for nonprofits to raise more funds for greater impact in the city. And we're very fortunate to have a campaign like this, especially when the pandemic hit. This is an online campaign. It allows nonprofits to raise money in a different way. And this year, with inflation recovery funding coming to an end and other economic challenges, it's more important than ever for nonprofits to have unrestricted funds. And so Long Beach Gives is really here to make sure that they can secure that sustainability for their organizations. So I'd love to introduce Matthew Harms, the Long Beach Gives campaign manager, to just talk a little bit more about the campaign this year. And you can keep going through the slides. It has some history, and it also, at the end, will list all of the nonprofits that are participating.
Good evening. This year we have over 260 nonprofits from 16 cause areas participating in Long Beach Gives, and that is a record for the campaign, so that's an amazing statistic, and it really shows the power of Long Beach Gives. Long Beach Gives also provides training for nonprofits so they can remain sustainable year-round. We teach how to run an effective fundraising campaign by providing a robust training library, social media resources, and marketing resources. We want all of our nonprofits to be sustainable. Long Beach Gives was founded on sustainability, and we want all the nonprofits to be here this year, 5 years from now, and 10 years from now. Okay, thanks. Long Beach Gives is also about collaboration. We provide opportunities for nonprofits to partner with each other for events and also with local businesses for group giving. Many nonprofits are holding events throughout the city for their Long Beach Gives campaign. We invite you to follow Long Beach Gives to learn more about these events, and we look forward to seeing everyone in the community there. We are truly grateful for the council's support of the local business community and for the support of our local sustaining foundations, including the Josephine Gumbiner Foundation, the Crail Johnson Foundation, the Munzer Foundation, and the Miller Foundation. And the public can participate and promote Long Beach Gives by sharing it on social media. Also by creating a peer fundraising page and by donating. We want the whole community involved. It's a great way to recognize and celebrate all of the fantastic work that the nonprofit community is doing for Long Beach residents. And thank you for allowing us this space today and recognizing all of the wonderful work of the nonprofit community. And don't forget to donate to over 260 nonprofits on September 19th. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
All right, thank you. Well, the nonprofit community has certainly stepped up and been an incredible help, particularly in these most difficult years with the pandemic, and we certainly want to thank you. You have a bit more?
Can we take a photo?
Yeah. How many nonprofits do we have here? I see some folks in the room.
All right.
I think we can take a photo. Come on down.
Thank you. And any nonprofit, I know there's a lot of items nonprofits are here to support, but if you're a part of Long Beach Gives, please come forward.
Long Beach Gives nonprofits. Come on forward.
Any nonprofit.
Let's okay. You're in charge. Let's move these ropes.
Okay.
Don could be in the picture.
Oh, I got the cram in.
Oh, goodness. Let me
I'll
see where my
take the
cutoff. Let me see where my cutoff is. You are my cutoff. Yeah, so everyone. Who's in? Okay. Everyone's in. Look up here. 1, 2, 3. Hold on. All right, 1, 2. Sure.
All right.
Oh. Okay. Again, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry.
One more, just one more.
For Long Beach Gives.
Okay, ready? Ready, 1, 2, 3. Okay, there.
Hey. I think I know what it is.
It's easier. I just get lost.
All right. Thank you so much. So next, we have another great nonprofit, Odale, who has some updates on an important program, a partnership with the city called the Economic Liberation Project. And we want to invite Gabby up and the Odale team to come and present on their progress.
Hi everyone, how are you? Good. Orale celebrates the resiliency and tenacity of our Economic Liberation Project and our Economic Liberation graduates. This partnership has demonstrated that by working together and finding creative solutions, we can bring remarkable projects to life. Many hands have contributed to the success of this project, and I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to all of our staff and our partners for their dedication to this project. We're proud to support and elevate immigrant entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship. And to provide further details and insights on our project, I want to introduce Jackie Perez Valencia, our Economic Liberation Facilitator and our Economic Justice Manager.
Thank you so much, Gabby. Good evening, everybody. My name is Jacqueline Perez Valencia, and as Gabby mentioned, I'm the Economic Justice Manager at Orale, where I get to facilitate our Economic Liberation Project, which many of our graduates are here today to be recognized for their amazing accomplishment. The ELP public-private partnership is designed to be replicable across any region by extensively documenting our program through the UCLA Labor Center research team. Thank you so much, Ana Luz and Nestor, who are on the crowd with us. We will create a comprehensive roadmap and toolkit to share broadly the inclusion of Pacific Gateway. Shout out to Hilda and the team. Strategically carves a pathway for other public workforce boards to replicate these practices, fostering a wider impact across the state. This toolkit will include best practices for forming similar partnerships, strategies for leveraging government and philanthropic funds, and a guide on how to implement the ELP model. I have a few slides just to show you all, but our program, again, has been very successful with its first cohort, graduating 22 participants, and now we're serving a new class of 25 new entrepreneurs who are looking to start businesses here in Long Beach and support our economy here. And you'll see that our third cohort is set to launch sometime in March or April of next year. So we definitely are cultivating a great group of entrepreneurs in our immigrant community. A big shout out to our team. As you know, Gabby Hernandez, our executive director, along with Eric Garcia, thank you so much, myself and Jessica, who are here with us today that are leading these efforts, but we cannot do this alone. We're doing this in partnership with Pacific Gateway and UCLA, as mentioned, along with Self-Work by Me. Now I'm going to pass it over to our class speaker, who's one of our graduates from the first cohort.
Autoridades, queridos compañeros, equipo Orale, organizaciones que nos acompañan, familiares y amigos, sean bienvenidos.
Dear members, team of Orale, organizations that are here present, family members and friends, be welcomed.
Este día estamos reunidos para celebrar reconocimiento por parte de la Alcaldía de la Ciudad de Long Beach a nuestro proyecto de liberación económica.
Today we're here reunited to celebrate the recognition and part of the mayor, the city of Long Beach, as far as our project in the economic liberation.
El cual personalmente ha sido de mucho aprendizaje debido a que me ha dado herramientas necesarias para mi emprendimiento.
Which has personally given me and armed me with a lot of different learning experiences. Due to that, it has given me a lot of tools necessary for my growth.
Por ejemplo, mis habilidades personales, la organización financiera, publicidad, estrategia de mercado y lo más importante, formar lazos comunes entre mis compañeros emprendedores de nuestra comunidad, ayudarnos entre sí y formar hermandad.
For example, it has armed me with personal abilities and skills such as financial organization, publicity, marketing techniques and strategies, and the most important thing is forming bonds, community bonds within my brotherhoods.
Llevo en mi memoria cada uno de sus emprendimientos y su ánimo de seguir adelante en lo que les gusta hacer. Les veo felices en lo que hacen.
I have it instilled in my memory many of their efforts and their willpower to continue on forward and continue on with what makes them happy.
Eso es valioso para cada uno de nosotros y para nuestra comunidad.
That actually gives a lot of value, it's of great value for many of us and in our community.
A cada uno de ustedes les digo, somos importantes por la esencia de nuestro actuar. Ánimo, seamos perseverantes en hacer negocios dignos.
To all of you, I pronounce and give you the information where you are very important in your essence and in your acting, as well as continuing on forward, persevering.
Seamos perseverantes en hacer de nuestros negocios dignos y organizados para cumplir las normativas de nuestra comunidad y hacer de Long Beach una comunidad armónica y ordenada.
We are making our businesses dignified and organizations as well that work with many norms in our society here in Long Beach and create harmony and order in our community.
Recuerden, las herramientas ya las tenemos, continuemos avanzando. A nuestra comunidad les digo, apoyemos el emprendimiento y el consumismo de productos local.
Remember that we have the tools necessary to continue on forward. To our community, I proclaim to you, let's continue on forward, and making the best out of our local businesses.
En nombre de mis compañeros, quiero dar las gracias a Órale y la Alcaldía de Long Beach.
In the name of my colleagues, I would like to thank you as far as our organization Órale and to our to Mayor of Long Beach. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias a ti.
Congratulations.
And if we can get a picture?
Sure. Any other comments before we do that?
No, that is it. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Well, congratulations to Orale and their incredible team. And I just have a question. What is, to your class speaker, so this is the graduating class of the first cohort,
Yes.
and there's 3 cohorts planned, and we want to obviously 4 planned. But what is your business?
No sé qué me va a ayudar a interpretar. Mi negocio, yo hago bolsas de tela en algodón en diferentes colores y tamaños, de manera artesanal, o sea, de manera tradicional. Yo las hago las bolsas y yo las vendo.
She makes handbags that she makes by herself on her own that she sells
Nice.
to people.
La que yo uso ahorita, yo la hice. Es un nuevo modelo.
The one
Alright.
that she's using right now is what she sells. So
All
if you're
right. Well, I look
interested,
forward
please
to
order.
Ahí.
look forward to supporting your business. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Best of
Gracias.
luck to you and your business.
Para
All
los
right, let's take a-
graduados, si me
take a
pueden
quick
acompañar
photo.
acá enfrente, por favor. Todos, Angélica, todos los graduados, si me acompañan para acá, sin miedo, vénganse. Vénganse, para que nos tomemos una foto.
Hola, bolsa.
Gabby, is this yours?
All right. Well, congratulations to everyone. We will now go to our public comment section first. So general public comment, actually consent calendar. Let's bring up the consent calendar. Okay, we need a motion and a second on consent. Okay, it's been moved in second. Any public comment on consent? Seeing none, members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Sorrow? Yes. Mary, are you? Yes. Motion is carried.
Right, now let's do public comment. General public comment number 1. Okay, I see, let's see, 5 people signed up to speak. Please come forward when you hear your name. Jolie Darrell, Liz Reinhardt, Robin Gordon Peterson, Bazella McDonald, and Star Foreman. Is Jolie here? It's Julie. Julie, okay, I'm sorry, it was spelled wrong. Julie, please proceed.
Hello, my name is Julie Darrell, and I'm a 15-year resident of District 4. I'm also the owner of BYO Long Beach, a local refill shop located in the East Village Arts District, District 1 with Mary. Our mission is to reduce waste in our community with an emphasis on eliminating single-use plastics and non-recyclables. To date, we've diverted over 97,000 single-use containers from entering the waste stream by refilling everyday products like hand soap, dish soap, and laundry detergent. I'm also one of the founding members of the Long Beach Reuse Coalition, a collaborative community effort in partnership with local sustainably minded businesses and nonprofits, along with the LB Recycles team and the Public Works Department. Our collective mission is to reduce single-use plastics and overall waste through engagement, advocacy, and collaboration to activate reuse initiatives. I'm here today to invite you to our second annual citywide event called BYO Month. For the month of October, all month long, we will be celebrating local sustainably minded businesses by encouraging the community to BYO, bring your own, and help reduce our environmental footprint and our reliance on single-use plastics. During this time, the community can bring their reusable cups, bags, or containers to participating locations and join in on BYO events to collect stamps for fun prizes. There will be a number of free workshops and community gathering opportunities, and all of the events will be free to all members of the community. We would love for City Council members to include graphics in any upcoming newsletters, share on their social media pages, and participate themselves by attending any of the events or supporting the local business in your district. We tried to capture at least one business in every district so that everyone can participate. Excuse me. I have a flyer here for you along with a QR code with all the details, but you can reach out to us with any questions or to obtain any graphics or flyers, and we would be happy to pass it along. Thank you so much for your time and support in our efforts to help normalize reusables while supporting local businesses. May I approach with the flyer?
Absolutely, please
Right over there?
hand it
Okay,
over to
perfect.
the clerk,
Thank
and thanks so much, Julie. Let's all support BYO Month in Long Beach. Absolutely. Next is Liz. After Liz is Robin.
Good evening. My name is Liz Reinhardt. I am from the Children's Maritime Institute, which is the Long Beach division of the Los Angeles Maritime Institute. I've only had the pleasure of meeting a couple of you, but I think many of you know our executive director, Bruce Heyman. He was not able to be here tonight, so he asked me to come. For those of you who remember, in 2018, we acquired Tall Ship American Pride from the City of Long Beach, very gratefully, previously named the official Tall Ship of the City of Long Beach. The official launch for Children's Maritime Institute in Long Beach was March 13th, 2020. Not an ideal date. The city advised us not to have a formal dedication event, so obviously we did not, and our entire organization then pivoted to virtual education. We're very proud of that. Some of that was conducted right here on Pine Avenue Pier, our beautiful home dock for Long Beach, and aboard Tall Ship American Pride. And then once restrictions opened up, we did some dockside education sponsored by the Port of Long Beach, and But American Pride's a historic tall ship. It was built in the 40s, and it requires a lot of maintenance. So Pine Avenue Pier is not the ideal place to do maintenance on a ship, so we took it back to San Pedro. And in the meantime, we've been growing our relationships here in Long Beach. We are excited that in coordination with Long Beach Gives, which we have participated in from the beginning, we're bringing American Pride back home. This is a little bit last minute, so we will do a more formal ceremonial thing later, but we wanted to share that this weekend, right before Long Beach Gives. We are doing Tall Ship American Pride's homecoming celebration. Informally, casually, over at Pine Avenue Pier, we're going to have dockside, free dockside deck tours, hands-on activities for kids, and then we have 3 sails, one each day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, including a mock cannon battle, which is very popular, and we're encouraging pirate attire. So I just wanted to let, on behalf of our organization, let the City Council and Mayor know that we are doing this, and also invite you to come. Again, we know it's last minute. It's a very casual event. You're welcome to join us for a sale, but we will be having a more ceremonial event at a later time. So I will give some flyers over to the clerk, and we thank you for everything you do and for this beautiful tall ship.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation and the update, and congratulations on the homecoming. Feel free to share it with the clerk, and it'll be distributed to all of us. Thank you so much. All right, next speaker is Robin. After Robin is Pazella.
Good evening and welcome home, Mayor Richardson. Council, nice to see you, Mr. Supino. I came to speak on a situation that occurred last week. I left here feeling really bad. Bad because you and I had a conversation, and it was almost like it had never occurred. And then I got angry, and I've since calmed down. The word disingenuous, not candid or sincere, typically by pretending that one knows less about something than one really does. He was being somewhat disingenuous as well as cynical. That's out of the dictionary. My mother just called it a half-truth. She raised us this way. I have a West Indian mother. She said, tell the truth, tell the whole truth. She said, if you tell half-truth, that means it's a lie. That's what she said. If you come to me, she said, come with all of it. And that's how we were raised. We came with all of it. What you heard last week was not all of it. And since I only have 3 minutes, I'm going to keep coming back until what I have to say is heard. We discussed Christina Winting's increases. All I gave you was a salary range. That's all I needed from you was a salary range. It was received in file. Mr. Modica got to speak his truth, half of it. I didn't get to say anything and you weren't here, unfortunately. You called me while I was on my vacation. Yeah, I told you when we were talking, I said, I'm on vacation. I'm in Canada, coming back into the United States. You told me someone was with you. And I said, okay, no problem. There was someone with me too. So all 4 of us heard the conversation. When we talked, you made it clear to me that I should not come before council because the information I was coming with would probably not pass. I respected you for that, and I appreciated the phone call. I really did. And you explained to me why. I asked you, I said, why on my watch do I get all this falderall? Why are we discussing this woman's increases on my watch? If you felt she wasn't getting the correct amount, why didn't you do it before? And you were very transparent. You said, Robin, we were trying to catch her up. I understand that. I know sometimes ranges can get out of whack. I respected you for saying that. We came up with an amount we were going to send before council. When you told me what you said, I told you I would go back to the commissioners and I would speak to them. I pulled that item and I sent you a text saying so. I sent that text because I knew that I couldn't play in this playground. Ain't my place.
Commissioner Gordon, your time's concluded.
Thank you.
I will come back next week to finish. Thank you.
Thank you.
Unless you want to give me more time.
This is opening public comments budget day. We got a lot to talk about.
The person
But I'm sure
behind
we
me
will
has
continue
3
our
minutes.
conversation offline.
Can I
The
take
next
her
speaker
3
is-
minutes?
Actually, you can't on
Okay, no,
opening-
it's
on
okay.
public
All
comment.
right, thank you.
The
I'll
next
see
is
you next
Bazella
week.
McDonald. Thank you. And after Bazella is Star.
Oh, no, I'm going to speak it all myself. Okay.
Good evening. I'm in front of you as a member of the community, born and raised Long Beach. So I feel like the community was not successful in presenting enough information for Measure JB not to go on a ballot, but you know what, it's not a bad thing. I think this is an opportunity to get information out to the public because I think enough time has passed where people do not know what civil service does. So for those of you listening in, Measure JB is to basically eliminate civil service oversight over the hiring process. And I think that is going to be a disjustice to the community, to the workforce for the city of Long Beach. And I'm going to take this time as a member of the public for the next couple months until vote to help get that information out. And I challenge all of you sitting up there that to open your eyes and hear the truth and information and to know the difference between doing a hiring process and versus who actually does the hiring. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Star Foreman.
I don't currently have a working printer, so. Hello, my name is Star Foreman. I live in District 3. You might be familiar with my work for LA Weekly, where I worked as a photojournalist and editorial photographer for 10 years, or my recent work with Los Angeles Magazine's Best of Issues, both 2022 and 2023. A health issue has resulted in me no longer being able to easily work in my chosen profession. However, this is not why I am here today. I ask you, what do you do when your city has a code enforcement department that does not enforce city or state code requirements on rentals? Code enforcement in Long Beach has closed my case 3 times without the code violations being remedied by the property owner, twice without inspecting the property at all. This is in clear violation of California Health and Safety Code sections 17980 through 17992, 17970.5, and 17960. I do have my latest case number with me, but for privacy reasons, I do not wish to say it here on the record. Due to the city's decision to close the code enforcement case again, the property owner, I've lost my legal protection against harassment, eviction, and rent increases. The facts of the matter are my apartment is not safe. My apartment needs repairs. If there is a fire, there is no way to escape the building or put the fire out, and my landlord just raised the rent. In the next couple of months, they'll be moving a new person into an empty unit in my building. However, none of the units in my building are registered with the city's PRIHP program. I have contacted the program administrators multiple times to ask for them to address this, and they have not addressed it. I honestly do not know what to do. The stress from dealing with this has exacerbated an underlying medical condition, leading to my not being able to work in my chosen profession. I have daily panic attacks and I'm unable to breathe. Currently, my blood pressure is 110. It has affected my ability to work and caused a severe decrease in my personal funds. These are just some of the issues my apartment currently has. And again, there was a code case that stated the landlord must repair the unit. The landlord did not repair the unit, and code closed the case with no repairs and no subsequent visits to check and see if the repairs had been completed. They had both my phone number and my email. I contacted them several weeks ago to ask for an update in what was going on and did not receive an update. When they opened the case, they were required by law to send a letter to my apartment explaining what they had found wrong and what the problem needed to, how they were going to adjust the problem. They did not do that. That is in violation of one of the California codes that I have given you. I have a giant crack in my ceiling. When it rains, it pours in my bedroom. There are rodents. over the past 2 years. Last Saturday, I had to jump out of my bathtub because a roach fell into it.
Ma'am,
Why
your
am I
time's
taking
concluded.
a bath? Because I can't take a shower because my shower doesn't work.
Well, ma'am, thank you so much. Feel free to talk with someone in the city manager's team about some of those concerns. They're right over there. They're right there. Thank you. All right, well, that concludes general public comment. We'll now move on to item number 17.
Report from Financial Management, recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record, conclude the public hearing, and take the actions necessary to adopt the fiscal year 2025 budget as listed in Attachment A, citywide.
All right, so this is, it's time for us to go through our budget adoption process. I'm going to open it up, provide some comments. We'll get a staff report, a brief staff report. Then we'll hand the public comment. Then we'll go through the budget adoption process after that. This is an important time of the year. We get a lot of participation from the community because when we adopt a budget, when we prepare a budget, what we're really talking about is the future and the type of city that we really want to have. Folks have probably heard the slogan or the term that a budget is a values document. It represents the values of our community, and every year we try to make sure it reflects the needs and the opportunities of our community. In this budget, we really place the focus on addressing the quality of life needs for our residents, expanding opportunities for our residents, and overcoming big challenges ahead. So the FY25 budget before you today is no exception to that rule. A lot of work has taken place to present the council with a really comprehensive document here that will achieve many of those goals. As we began planning for this year's budget process, we decided on a focus on 4 core priorities designed to grow our economy in new and more sustainable directions, improve our city's service delivery, and build a stronger financial future. The 4 priorities reflected throughout the budget really focus on, the first is delivering better city services like improved emergency response times, expanded street repairs, establishing an Office of Homeless Strategy and Partnership, which has been an incredible opportunity for us coming out of the homeless emergency, is really doubling down on our strategies and our partnerships and future partnerships. It's been a big asset for us. Also optimizing our city's ability and capacity for future economic growth by investing in small businesses and accelerating major economic development opportunities that bring more revenue that in turn turns into new services in our city and more quality services. Also reconnecting our residents to opportunity. There's a focus on modernizing Pacific Gateway into the Long Beach Workforce Investment Network. That's our local workforce investment board, and sustaining economic mobility programs for vulnerable working families in our city, and continuing to focus on climate action and the environment, investing in open space, cleaning up our city's watershed, our coastline, and transitioning to a zero emission fleet. So this budget makes a lot of investments across these 4 core priority areas, but we also maintain our commitment to improving our infrastructure. Our Elevate 28 plan makes major steps forward. Through our capital improvement plan, we're making unprecedented investments into our streets, improving our streets, our bridges, our parks, our cultural landmarks, as we prepare our city in the next 4 years to open up our doors and welcome the world. It's a big opportunity for us to invest in ourselves between now and then. The FY25 budget also allows us to, there's some investments into maintenance, some real maintenance stuff, contracting in concrete program. We did slurry seal in the past, so a lot of focus on maintenance. I want to take a moment just to lift up and thank our city staff and our city leadership, our city manager, Tom Modica, our entire budget team, Kevin Riper, Rebecca, and the Budget Oversight Committee led by Councilmember Ricks Odie and Councilmembers Uranga and Duggan, our entire city council, all the community members who have participated in the process and provided their input throughout the process. The FY25 budget started off in a good place, but it's better because of the residents and the community leaders who've advocated throughout this process, this budget process. And because of your advocacy and because of your involvement, the budget has gotten better through this process. $1.1 million invested in our youth fund, $1 million in our justice fund, increased investment into small business supports, violence prevention initiatives, and much more. And so there's been a thoughtful process with our BOC. They're going to be putting forward recommendations today. I support all of them. They're enhancing some of the focus we already have on core services with a focus on violence prevention, and you'll hear more about that, and addressing some challenges with respect to response times and traffic safety. So I support all of those recommendations. We also know we've gotten a lot of public testimony this year about the ending of our Federal Recovery Act programs. We know that most big cities went through a difficult time during the pandemic, and we were fortunate that we have our own public health department. And we were able to receive funds directly from the federal government to really scale up programs to deliver better services and that focus on the public health of our community. Those programs came to an end in this upcoming budget, and we know there was about 75 jobs impacted. And so the city has done a good job working to reduce that number through their efforts. They went from 75 impacted people down to 36 by helping to find new places for these folks to land within our city and our entire organization with vacancies. So that's an incredible amount of work to go from 75 down to 36. So I want to thank city staff and our health department and all of our employee groups and IAM and everyone for working together. There's still more work to do, but this is great progress. We started off, there were 75, today there's 36. And we know that the BOC is actually looking at taking that even further tonight. And so that's important. I also know that there's work that we need to do in the future. We are a public health department, and we don't have sustainable funding for public health. And to have public health completely dependent on grants is not really thinking about a sustainable future. And so we will be continuing to have our conversations about identifying long-term structural funding opportunities to sustain the invaluable work of our health department. That is something that I've been committed to as a council member. That's something I'm excited to roll up our sleeves and work on as mayor on that, because we need to support our nationally recognized health department. So that said, a lot of work has been done, and today we're in a position to adopt our budget. So I'm going to pass it to City Manager Modica, and we're going to get started with our process.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think that was a very good overview of our budget. Now we're going to get a little bit more into the technical steps it takes to do this. We've done a lot of outreach, a lot of engagement, heard a lot of input into this process. We had a final step at the Budget Oversight Committee earlier today, and so I'll turn it to the budget team now to kind of go through those. Some of these are routine, and others are more of the items that it really takes to adopt the budget, and then we'll be available to answer questions and take any final direction. So ultimately, it is the council's decision to pass that budget, and it's an important action that you're taking tonight. So I will turn it to the team to help guide us through that.
So Rebecca with Budget Office, Budget Manager.
So now I will read the proposed adoption for the Budget Oversight Committee's funding recommendations as amended to the proposed fiscal year 25 budget.
Just a moment.
Are we not doing mayor's
I thought we were doing public comment, and then we go through that process. Are you doing your presentation, then public comment? Then we have the BOC recommendations? We should be doing public comment before that happens, correct?
Yeah, I think you can, as chair, you can decide what we're doing. We have like 13 or 14 different steps. So sometimes we go through the major components of the mayor's recommendations, or we can take public comment and then do the rest of those, including the BOC.
Yeah, I just wanted the high-level comments. Let's get through public comment. Let's work through that, and then let's go through the actual motion and BOC recommendations and all that. Unless you want to go through that now and take public comment on BOC recommendations. But I think you did
well, I
that
mean,
earlier.
No, I'm fine with taking public comment first.
Let's take public comment first. Let's move to public comment. We have 56 people signed up to speak. Yeah, that's why it's good that we get this out the way early. 56 people signed up to speak. I'm going to read the first 10. Veronica Valdivinos, Brenda Campos, Edith Gonzalez, Teresa Leone, Angela Andrade, Caitlin Bellis, Gabriel, Rathana, Romeo, and Lester are the first 10. Please come forward if you heard your name. And normally we do 3 minutes. We're going to take it down to 60 seconds since we have 60 60 people. We're gonna do 1 minute instead of 3. If you have interpretation, you get double the time. The first is Veronica Valdivinos. Is Veronica here? Okay, if you heard your name, please come to the front. So Veronica Valdivinos, Brenda Campos, Edith Gonzalez, Teresa Leone, Angela Andrade, Caitlin Bellis, Gabriel, Rathana, Romeo, and Lester. I see no one at the front. I'm gonna scratch the first 10 if no one comes forward. Okay, thank you. I needed to hear something. Who is Veronica?
She can't speak, so he's doing it for her. I'm just getting interpretation.
Sí,
Okay, just wait for the interpreter.
claro.
And if you heard your name, please just line up. We want the next person lined right up after. So after this speaker for Veronica, Brenda should be lined up. Where's Brenda? Let's see Brenda's hand.
Nombre de Verónica.
Is Brenda here?
Bueno.
Brenda Campos?
Pero-
Okay, is Edith Gonzalez here? Okay, it looks like we have fewer people than we thought. All right, please proceed. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, estoy hablando en nombre de Verónica Villicaña. Vivo aquí en la ciudad de Long Beach, en el Distrito 8, y vengo a apoyar a la organización de Órale, a pedir que apoyen la recomendación del alcalde Richardson.
Good afternoon. I'm here on behalf of Veronica, and I live here in the city of Long Beach in the district number 8. And I'm here in support of the organization Orale to support the recommendation of the Mayor Richardson to allocate the funds, the Justice Fund of Long Beach.
Tengo aquí 32 años viviendo en Estados Unidos y durante todo este tiempo yo tengo varios amigos, amigas desde entonces, en especial a una que tiene el mismo tiempo aquí igual que yo.
I've been living in Long Beach, or in the United States, for the last 32 years. And since then, I have various friends that have had a similar situation as me.
El cual desafortunadamente no ha podido arreglar su estatus legal por razones de una deportación. Es una persona muy responsable y trabajadora que todo el tiempo ha trabajado, ha pagado sus impuestos y ha sido muy buen ciudadano, aportando el crecimiento del país. Por eso estoy aquí, para apoyar que se apruebe el fondo.
It is a very unfortunate situation that she has not able to resolve her immigration status due to deportation reasons. She is a very responsible and hardworking person who is always working and pays her taxes on time, and has been a citizen that has given back to the community and to the country. And that's the reason why I'm here, to support the Justice Fund.
Personas como ella han sido parte de la columna para el desarrollo de esta gran nación. Gracias por escuchar.
People like her have been the backbone of the development of this great nation. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you.
Gracias. All right, next is Brenda. Okay, Brenda's not here. Next is Edith. Edith going once. Edith Gonzalez going twice. Next is Teresa Leone. Teresa Leone. Teresa Leone. Next is Angela Andrade. Angela? Is this Teresa?
Yeah.
Okay, Teresa, you're up. Thank you. And Angela, you're behind? Thank you. Please proceed.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Teresa León y vengo a solicitar $1.1 millones para el Fondo de Justicia.
Good afternoon. My name is Teresa, and I'm here today to ask to be allocated $1.1 million for the Justice Fund.
para ayudar a familias y pelear sus deportaciones y aplicar por visas humanitarias.
In order to help families to fight against deportations and apply for humanitarian visas,
como la VAWA, Visa T y Visa U.
such as the VAWA, Visa T, and Visa U.
Porque mucha gente anda como todos nosotros que no tenemos papeles y andamos escondiendo de toda la autoridad. No podemos trabajar tranquilos, no podemos dormir tranquilos porque cualquier rato encontramos migración, por eso vine yo a pedir que nos ayuden, por favor.
There's many people that are found in the same situation that are hiding away from immigration and that are in the similar situations, and that's the reason why I'm here for you to allocate funds to the Justice Fund.
Gracias.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Next speaker, Teresa.
Hola, buenas noches tengan todos ustedes. Mi nombre es Ángela Andrade. Yo vivo en el Distrito 3 y soy parte de la Asociación Órale.
Good evening to everyone. My name is Ángela Andrade, and I live in District 3, and I'm here with the organization Órale.
Estamos aquí para pedirles, por favor, que apoyen el Fondo de Justicia para que sea estructural.
I'm here to ask you to please make the Justice Fund. Oh, she made a mistake. She read the wrong.
Okay. Ya está bien. Para que el Fondo de Justicia lo puedan hacer estructural con 1.1 millones de dólares.
I'm here to ask you to please make the Justice Fund structural, allocating $1.1 million.
Ya que eso causaría un buen impacto psicológico en muchas familias, porque se tendría la seguridad que año con año se contaría con ese presupuesto.
Since it would make a good psychological impact on many families who would be assured that year after year they can count with the budget.
Nuevamente, por favor, apoyen el Fondo de Justicia para que se haga estructural con 1.1 millón de dólares. Gracias.
Once again, I repeat, please make the Justice Fund structural, allocating $1.1 million. Thank you so much.
Gracias. All right. So next is Caitlin Bellis. Is Caitlin here? Raise your hand if you're here. I'll try to remember. It's 56 people here. Gabriel, you're up next. Just flag it for me, Gabby, when she gets back in the room.
Good evening, my name is Gabriel Perez. I'm a senior organizer with Lane's Long Beach for a Just Economy campaign and a resident of District 1. We urge Council to approve the Justice Fund's proposed allocation of $1.1 million and reaffirm the city's commitment to Long Beach's undocumented community. Despite the 30,000 undocumented immigrants living in our city, Long Beach remains a legal desert. Publicly funded programs like the Justice Fund and Tenants' Right to Counsel are crucial to give working families a fighting chance to stay in their homes and with their loved ones. But we need structural funding to ensure stability and invite long-term commitment from legal service providers. With Election Day on the horizon, the hostile political climate that scapegoats immigrants is a cruel reminder of how important it is to invest in the security and agency of the vulnerable working families that make our city run and our communities whole. Immigrants, renters, and workers all deserve to live and thrive without fear or uncertainty. We urge you to approve the $1.1 million for the Justice Fund and work to secure structural funding moving forward. Thank you.
Outstanding, thank you. All right, next is Rathana. After Rathana is Romeo.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson and council members. My name is Rathana So. I am a resident of the District 6. I am a HUD certified housing counselor for the nonprofit United Cambodian Community. With our housing counseling service, we provide one-on-one counseling and group educational workshops. We work with clients that are mostly low-income Cambodians and families struggling with language barriers and housing insecurities. Most of our clients don't know their rights as renters, and when threatened with eviction, they just leave. They don't know any other way. When they come to our office, most of the time they cannot find an alternative affordable home and are in need of immediate help. A recent case that we recently received, a tenant came to our office seeking help. He was given a verbal notice along with another elderly tenant to leave the same property. By law, they should have been given a written 60-day notice. The tenants was faced with verbal intimidations, threats of violence, no trespassing signs, as well as the gate being locked to keep the tenants out. Even when the police was called out numerous times, their personal belongings were illegally disposed of. The tenants soon left after to avoid any issues for their personal safeties. As we face increases in rents and the affordable housing crisis, our tenant issues are becoming more challenging and increasing as well. These tenants don't have any rights to counsel, and they cannot afford a lawyer. So this is why UCC strongly supports a tenant right to counsel program to provide free tenant education and legal support for tenants facing eviction. We call on the city
Thank you. Your time is concluded.
council to invest in $1.2 million to stay housing.
Thank you very much. All right, next is Romeo.
Good evening, my name is
Romeo's Lester?
Yes.
Okay, Romeo, you got it.
Good evening, my name is Romeo Hebron. I'm the Executive Director with the Filipino Migrant Center in West Long Beach, District 7. As an organization who serves low-income immigrant Filipinos, I'm here to advocate for the Long Beach Justice Fund and the Right to Counsel program. We've helped undocumented individuals who've experienced anti-Asian hate crimes obtain their U visas. We've helped trafficking survivors with obtaining their T visas and eventually helping them reunite with their families after 1 to 2 decades apart. The Long Beach Justice Fund will provide much needed resources, education, and legal assistance to the community, and we're calling on the City Council to support the Mayor's $1.1 million budget allocation for this fund and to make it a structural item moving forward. When it comes to the housing issue and evictions, the tenant right to counsel program is proven to work with a 27% decrease in eviction filings. This program provides much needed education and legal services to prevent the displacement of Long Beach residents. So we're calling on City Council to allocate an additional $1.2 million so people can stay in the homes that they've created for themselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Romeo. All right, next speaker, please.
I am Lester Ramos, a community organizer with Filipino Migrant Center in West Long Beach. I am a human trafficking survivor and know what it's like to be undocumented in this country with very little resources. Before I got hired at FMC, I was a client in need of services. I felt all alone here while my wife and kids were back home in the Philippines. And at one point, I was even scared to leave my own home because I feared getting deported. Now that I am more empowered and have reunited with my family, we asking for the City Council to support the Mayor's $1.1 million budget allocation for the Long Beach Justice Fund so other immigrant people and families can get the help they need through different services and programs. As a community organizer, we have encountered many immigrants clients who were victims of various abuses. This budget will go a long way towards helping and empowering immigrant individuals and families. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Caitlin? All right, hang on, Caitlin. I'm gonna read the next 10, then you go.
Okay.
So Cindy Sagun, Martha Ariar, Angelica Murillo, Alex Vasquez, Estefania Rodriguez, Ana Murcia, Alejandra Lopez, Eric Garcia, Maria, and Denise Tapia. If you heard your name, please make your way to the front. Caitlin, you're up.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Bellis, and I'm a resident of District 3. I'm also here to advocate on behalf of the Long Beach Justice Fund and to ask for a $1.1 million allocation this year and for structural funding going forward. I just want to emphasize that the additional funding is allowing for the provision of affirmative services in addition to removal defense, which means that we can help people who haven't yet been put in deportation proceedings. And that means avoiding trauma and separation and the threat to their families and to their communities. It's such an important expansion and one that I really hope the city continues to invest in. Long Beach is about 450,000 people, and we have a very large immigrant population, and yet we don't have any legal services organization that is based here in Long Beach. And I believe that a structural allocation of this funding going forward will encourage legal services organizations to build here, which will allow them to provide better services to the community. I think it's an important investment, and I encourage the City Council to make it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Cindy?
Good evening. My name is Cindy Sagun. I come to you as a One Long Beach CVIPI collaborative member and a Long Beach Advancing Peace Steering Committee member, and most importantly, as a Long Beach born and raised resident. I would like to thank the Budget Oversight Commission for their time and listening throughout this process and for their recommendation to increase the violence prevention funding to $1.1 million. As you mentioned, Mayor, it is important for us to find sustainable and structural funding to reach a $15 million robust comprehension community violence intervention and prevention funding. As community leaders, we've done our research that would support and enhance this community violence intervention programming, such as activating safe spaces in the summertime, safe passages, and uplift the outside one-time funding use funds, and that would be through the unhealthy food and soda tax. We look forward to the continued conversation, and I trust that the Long Beach leadership will be champions tonight in CVIPI funding and will work closely with the One Long Beach Collaborative and Steering Committee.
Thanks, Cindy. Appreciate it. All right, next is Martha. Martha Ariar. Sometimes it's spelled wrong. You're up, Martha.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Marta Araceli Donato. Estoy en colaboración con Órale y pertenezco al Distrito 1.
Hello, my name is Marta Araceli Donato, and I'm here in collaboration with the organization Órale, and I'm part of District 1.
Primeramente, gracias por permitirnos estar aquí y por todo lo que han hecho por nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
First of all, thank you so much for allowing us to be here, and also for all the things that you have done for our immigrant community.
Y de la manera más atenta, pedir que aprueben lo que el alcalde ya aceptó, que es $1.1 millón para el Fondo de Justicia.
And with the best intent, I'm asking to please approve what the mayor has accepted or recommended, which is allocating $1.1 million for the Justice Fund.
Ya que hay millones de personas que pagan impuestos, trabajan día a día por una mejor vida.
There are many millions of people that pay their taxes and work daily to have a better life.
Y por falta de recursos no han podido arreglar su situación migratoria y viven en las tinieblas.
And due to lack of resources, they have not been able to work towards their immigration status and live in the dark.
Eso sería una gran ayuda para ellos y sobre todo para este país. Muchas gracias.
These funds would be of great help and assistance for all of them and for this country. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Gracias, Martha. Angelica, and then Alex.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Murillo Córdoba. Vivo en el Distrito 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Angélica Murillo Córdoba, and I live in District 1.
Estoy aquí para pedir al ayuntamiento que apruebe el presupuesto de $1.1 millones hacia el Fondo de Justicia.
I'm here to ask the council to please approve the budget of $1.1 million towards the Justice Fund.
Es muy importante para la comunidad y sobre todo para mi familia el poder contar con fondos que nos apoyen con abogados,
It is of great importance for our community and overall to my family to be able to count with these funds that we're able to afford right to counsel.
ya que es muy frustrante y difícil para las familias que son separadas.
Since it is a very frustrating situation and difficult for all those families that are separated.
Y esto no debería de seguir pasando. Por eso pido que apoyen 1.1 millones para el Fondo de Justicia y que sea estructural.
This situation should not keep happening, and that's the reason why I'm asking to please allocate $1.1 million for the Justice Fund, and that is structural.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias. Next is Alex, then Estefania. Alex Vasquez. Alix Vasquez. Okay, Estefania.
Good morning, Long Beach City Council and Mayor Richardson. My name is Estefania Rodriguez Martinez, and I live in the 6th District of Long Beach, and I'm here with Orale. Today, we are here wondering what the benefits of approving this fund will have for those living in Long Beach. Having a support system in the city you love will not only reassure you to want to participate in council meetings such as today, but it also pushes you to become a better person. The Long Beach Justice Fund can help people like me to understand that there will always be a backbone to any legal situation one may have. This has a huge impact onto myself and my generation because if God forbids I will ever be in need of any legal support, I know I do not need to travel from office to office in different cities because I will have my own here in the city of Long Beach. To summarize my case, the Justice Fund will be beneficial to those who are in need now and pass all the requirements, but as the time passes, there can be an expansion to everyone in Long Beach who needs it. We would appreciate if you can approve the $1.1 million to our Justice Fund. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next is Ana Murcia, and after Ana is Alejandra Lopez.
Hola, mi nombre es Ana Murcia, vivo en el Distrito 7 y estoy con Orale.
Hello, my name is Ana Murcia. I live in District 7, and I'm here with the organization Orale.
Decirles que nuestras familias en Long Beach necesitan pelear su deportación, mantener la unidad familiar, pero para eso necesitamos servicios legales justos.
We're here to let you know that our families in Long Beach need to keep fighting for their deportation status, maintain family unity, but with that, they're in need of just legal services.
Accesibles y de calidad. Por esta razón, solicito se apruebe, por favor, el Fondo de Justicia para Long Beach.
Services that are accessible and of quality, and that's the reason why I am here to ask to please approve the Justice Fund for Long Beach. Thank you.
Gracias.
Yes. All right. Next, Alejandra, and then Eric Garcia.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alejandra López, vengo del distrito número 6 en apoyo a la asociación Orale.
Good afternoon, my name is Alejandra Lopez, and I live in District 6, and I'm here in support of the association Orale.
Mi petición es para que se le dé seguimiento a la exigencia del Fondo de Justicia de Long Beach, la cual ya fue aprobada por el alcalde Rex Richardson de $1.1 millones.
My petition is to give follow-up to the demands of the Justice Fund of Long Beach, which has been approved by the Mayor Rex Richardson of allocating $1.1 million.
Personalmente pienso que esto sería muy beneficioso para mantener a las familias unidas, no separadas. Muchas gracias.
Personally, I think that I think this would be of great benefit for the families to keep them united, not separated. Thank you so much.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right. Next is Eric, then Maria. After Maria is Denise. Go ahead, Eric.
Real quick, you were hot earlier because folks wasn't responding. There was folks in the audience that didn't have headpiece, so they didn't know you was talking to
Paul
them.
came over and told me, that's why we took a little extra time.
All right.
Thank you.
My name is Eric Garcia with Orale, and I'm here to ask the council to approve a budget of $1.1 million toward the Justice Fund, which offers legal representation to Long Beach residents, and it was recently expanded to include support with humanitarian visas like VAWA, U visa, and T visa. The presidential debate is tonight, and no doubt the conversation around immigration will be one that we've heard over the last decades. And Trump has been on his campaign trail threatening large-scale raids, and the Democrats, as usual, are playing into the hard on immigration conversation by saying they can be hard on immigration too. And so historically, in terms of policy, we know that Democrats have been just as bad on immigration as Republicans, really only pointing to rhetoric and saying things nicely, slightly. And so this is why I believe it's especially crucial for local governments, especially those which purport to support immigrants, to take tangible steps like funding the Justice Fund to demonstrate their support for immigrant communities, to help offset the national policy and practices conversation that we know we're going to expect. $1 million is not a lot of money, and we think it's actually the minimum the city should be investing in.
Thanks, Eric. All right, Maria.
Good evening, Council. My name is Maria. I'm undocumented, unafraid, and unapologetic. I'm also a District 1 resident. I migrated to Long Beach at the age of 4, and now I'm a proud selection committee member for the Long Beach Justice Fund. I urge you, the Council, to pass $1.1 million in today's budget and work to make it structural. Professionally, I'm also the campaign coordinator for the Keep LA House Coalition, and I see my livelihood threatened as I have received the 4th 60-day notice to vacate my childhood home of 27 years. I urge this council to pass 1.2 for right to counsel and work towards codifying. Spend a morning in eviction court, and it is easy to see why attorneys are needed to successfully navigate the court. Almost half of eviction cases in Los Angeles end in default judgments, meaning thousands of tenants lose their homes each year because they do not properly respond to paperwork or appear in court, and not because they are in violation of their rental agreements. This is because many tenants don't have knowledge, resources, or language skills to answer the lawsuit or defend themselves in the courtroom, even if they manage to successfully answer. Pass the Long Beach Justice Fund and right to counsel today. Thank you.
Let's go Gabby Hernandez, Jackie Perez, Maribel Cruz, Kia Beth Sanchez, Sashi M, Christopher Covington, Cheryl Brown, Vincent Wells, Billy Brown, and Shayla Diaz. If you heard your name, please line up. Denise, you have the floor.
Hello, my name is Denise Tapia. I am community organizer with Orale, and I live in District 8. I am asking that the council approve the recommended $1.1 million structural budget for the Long Beach Justice Fund. This fund has the power to provide reliable and safe legal counsel to communities who might otherwise be exploited and defrauded by unethical attorneys. This fund provides hope to our immigrant neighbors in Long Beach who are all too frequently left to fend on their own. Orale is committed to seeing the continuation and longevity of the Long Beach Justice Fund. Thank you to Mayor Rex Richardson for your allocation of the $1.1 million to this program, and I urge council to approve the structural funds for this investment in Long Beach. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Gabby.
I'm going for Gabby.
Huh?
I'm going for her.
Okay, come on.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jessica Coronado, and I am the Economic Justice Coordinator with Orale. I'm here today to make a public comment in favor of the Long Beach Justice Fund that is part of Agenda 17. Working firsthand with immigrant communities and being a daughter of immigrants has enhanced my understanding of the challenges faced by immigrant communities. Providing financial assistance to immigrants is not merely an act of generosity, it is a recognition of their invaluable contribution and a commitment to justice. These funds can enable individuals to pursue their cases with confidence that they are not fighting alone. Supporting this Justice Fund acknowledges that the often unspoken sacrifices immigrants make, which is why I ask you all as part of the council to follow Mayor Rex Richardson's recommendation to approve the $1.1 million for the Justice Fund. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Jackie Perez. Jackie going once, Jackie going twice. Next is Maribel Cruz. All right.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Maribel Cruz. I'm the Associate Director for Orale. The Long Beach Justice Fund is a critical resource for our communities. As an undocumented resident, I feel very passionate about the importance of this fund. My parents were actually victims of fraud many years ago when they spent thousands of dollars for a notary to leave them stranded at the border. And this is why we want to advocate for this fund. I urge you all to invest in the well-being of Long Beach immigrant residents by approving the mayor's proposed allocation of $1.1 million for the Long Beach Justice Fund. This investment means stronger families, a more stable and prosperous community, and a more just and equitable city for all residents. By supporting the Justice Fund, we are not just helping individuals, we are strengthening the very fabric of our diverse city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kia Beth Sanchez. You're coming up soon, Sashi. Coming up soon. All right, you're up, Kia Beth.
Good evening. My name is Kiabet Sanchez, Health Justice Manager for Orale, and I've worked alongside immigrant communities, building meaningful relationships through mutual aid, providing opportunities to explore alternative methods of healing, and increasing access to healthcare resources among Long Beach residents. Orale prides itself in tackling the work we do through a holistic approach, understanding that the communities we work with are often facing a multitude of different barriers at once. Long Beach has had the courage to offer critical immigration services to Long Beach residents, tackling a barrier many families face and offering a sense of relief to communities. It's important to note that health does not just encompass one's physical well-being, but understanding the emotional and mental stress your undocumented constituents feel every day, and how that causes communities to have a decline in physical health. The Long Beach Justice Fund plays a crucial role in ensuring reliable immigration support, preventing community members from falling victims to fraud or prey to individuals trying to take advantage of their vulnerable situations. As you can see, I'm joined by my colleagues and communities, your constituents demanding that you approve the mayor's allocation of $1.1 million to the Long Beach Justice Fund. Thank you.
All right. I think that was like 20 speakers straight on the Justice Fund. I see you, Odele. All right, Sashi, you're up.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. So thank you, Mayor, for specifically referencing the 75 IAM represented health department employees who are losing their positions due to the expiring grants. They have been attending the BOC and council meetings to advocate for the structural funding for their positions, not just because of their job loss, but because the negative health impact the losses will have on the residents. Regrettably, only 10 plus of the 75 are permanent reassignments. The others have either separated from the city or been placed in the grant-funded positions that will expire in the next 3 to 9 months. The city's health depends on making the department's funding structural and less reliant on grants, so let's put your support to that approach to action in 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Christopher Covington. After Christopher is Cheryl Brown.
Good evening, council members and mayor and city staff. I'm joining you all here today to show my strong support for the health department's violence prevention programs, and I'm speaking to you on the behalf of the Advancing Peace Steering Committee as the chair, co-chair. Our co-chair is also here. In partnership with the One Long Beach Collaborative, we want to appreciate and thank the Budget Oversight Committee for increasing the original recommendation of $300,000 to $1.1 million for violence prevention programs in the health department. We're calling on you all as City Council and our champions for violence prevention to pass the recommendations, and if there are additional funds to be available, either in the end year surplus, to divert those funds over to violence prevention in the new year. We can always use those funds to create safety within our communities and reduce violence. The community, you all should have received a letter. They're asking for 1.2, and so if we can close the gap from 1.1 to 1.2, we would appreciate that tonight. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Okay, you're up. My list is out of order. Go ahead.
Okay.
Cheryl Brown, is that you?
Yes.
All right, Cheryl.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cheryl Brown, and I've personally witnessed the rising violence in Long Beach,
being a Long Beach student my whole life, I've seen things with gang violence and just, you know, like weird people walking around while you're supposed to go to school, being a girl. And we need to put the community back in public safety. And when I say community, I mean the community members, our community-based organizations and stakeholders. Long Beach has a troubling increase in gun-related incidents affecting neighborhoods and schools alike. Community-based organizations can help intervene before disputes escalate to violence, making our streets safer. A growing number of young people in Long Beach are becoming involved in gang activity and violent crime, and organizations like Focus and Hoops After Dark can reach these youth with these targeted programs that offer alternatives to violence. And as a student, I ask the council to make sure that we put the necessary resources to our students in safe passages. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Vincent Wells. And after Vincent, there's Billy Brown and then Shayla Diaz.
Good evening. My name is Vincent Wells. I humbly ask you guys to support investing in the community-based organizations like Success and Challenges, Hoops After Dark. Developing future leaders and Focus is essential for enhancing public safety in Long Beach, especially when addressing violence, prevention, and intervention. These organizations have deep ties to communities, allowing them to build trust and credibility that traditionally law enforcement often cannot achieve alone. They engage directly with at-risk individuals, mediate conflict before they escalate, and provide culturally sensitive support. By integrating these organizations into public safety strategies, we create a holistic approach that addresses the root cause of violence, ultimately reducing crime, fostering community resilience, and saving resources in the long term. I went to Poly, I went to Franklin, I went to Jefferson, I went to Burnett, so I've been in the 6th district all my life.
Thank you. Your time is
And we definitely need some type of support, man, to curb this violence. Thank you.
Vincent. Appreciate you. Billy Brown.
Greetings, council members. My name is Billy Brown, and I come to you today as a student, a parent, and a community advocate. I am the founder of Focus. Focus stands for Families Observing Cultures and Uniting Students. I want to speak to the council and the community far as a historical standpoint on safe passages. I want Long Beach to know that safe passages started here in 2001. We were the first organization to do student safe passages that related to violence, and now it's all across the country. Focus missions is to provide safe passage for the students to going to and from school. We are the first community-based organization to create safe passages for students in Long Beach, California, and across the United States. The city of Long Beach should take the lead in showing the world what a successful, sustainable, and robust safe passage program looks like. Long Beach has the opportunity to set the bar to which the whole world could measure up to. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Shayla, before you go, I'm going to read the next 10. Irma Ferreira, Lily Ocampo, Dave Shukla, Anna Carella, Joel Barragon, Genesis Gonzalez, Gabriel Perez. Gabriel, I think you already spoke. Maria Ruiz, Guillermina Cruz, and Reverend Wally Holger. Okay, you're up, Shayla.
Hello, my name is Shayla Diaz, and I'm a resident of Council District 7. I'm also an organizer with Long Beach for Just Economy, a project of Lanes. I'm here to thank you for allocating funds towards the Right to Counsel program in the proposed budget. I also want to voice support for the $1.1 million for the Long Beach Justice Fund and making sure that this becomes a structural item in the budget. The Right to Counsel program is vital in preventing displacement and helping Long Beach families on the brink of homelessness. That is why I am also requesting the city identify $1.2 million and additional funding sources so Long Beach residents and their families can have more access to it. During the summer, we canvassed and spoke to community members across the city. Many tenants do not know about the protections, which is why the funding is crucial for connecting tenants with legal assistance. Even more so because Right to Counsel is about racial and economic justice. A majority of tenants facing eviction are Black or people of color, and the Right to Counsel programs have shown to improve our racial justice outcomes of the eviction system. Informing at-risk communities about protections and resources that help keep them housed prevents evictions before they even occur. If our city is committed to solving the homelessness crisis, protecting tenants must be a part of the solution. Please look to allocate $1.2 million and expand the Right to Counsel program to better serve Long Beach families. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. All right, Irma? Irma? Okay. Well, if Irma comes forward, we can get the interpreter.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Irma Ferreira, soy residente del Distrito 1. También soy voluntaria con algunas organizaciones como Libre, Long Beach Forward, Lane y Long Beach para una economía justa. Gracias por asignar fondos para el programa de derecho a un abogado a inquilinos que estaban siendo desalojados de sus viviendas en el presupuesto propuesto.
Hello, my name is Irma Ferreira, and I'm resident of District 1. I'm also a volunteer with a couple of organizations, such as Libre, Long Beach Forward, Lane, and LBTV.
Este jugó un papel vital para evitar estos. También quiero expresar mi apoyo al 1.1 millones para el Fondo de Justicia de Long Beach, ya que este se convierta en un elemento estructural en el presupuesto de la ciudad.
Thank you for allocating the funds to the program Tenants to Right of Counsel for those that have been evicted from their homes. This played a vital role to prevent evictions.
Solicitamos a la ciudad que por favor incluyan 1.2 billones para permitir que este programa ayude a más personas que están enfrentando desalojo.
I'd also like to express my support to allocating $1.1 million to the Justice Fund of Long Beach in an effort that it becomes structural within the city budget. We're requesting the city to please allocate $1.2 million in order to allow this program to assist more people confronted with evictions.
Hay datos de que se presentaron 3.200 órdenes de desalojo, con un dato exacto de 2.340 alrededor de todo Long Beach en el año 2023. Y es probable que se presente la misma cantidad este año, y con esta cantidad solicitada, los inquilinos en este proceso tendrán ayuda y podrán permanecer en sus viviendas.
There's data that approximately 3,200 eviction orders were processed, with specific data that 2,340 evictions actually took place throughout Long Beach in 2023.
Y es probable.
Oh, okay. It is probable that the same amount will take place this year, and with all this, the tenants involved in this process will be able to receive assistance and will be able to remain in their homes.
En el año 2021 yo estuve enfrentando un desalojo y por falta de esta ayuda casi me desalojan. Fueron tiempos muy difíciles, estábamos saliendo de una contingencia, mi esposo quedó sin trabajo ya que trabajaba en restaurante, nuestro estatus migratorio y la falta de estos recursos y aún el idioma nos impidió acceder a un abogado. Gracias al apoyo de organizaciones como la Ayuda Mutua, Libre y otras, no pasó, pero fueron tiempos muy difíciles para mí y mi familia.
In 2021, I was confronted with an eviction, and due to lack of assistance, I was almost evicted. These were difficult times. We were coming out of contingency. My husband lost his job working at a restaurant. Our immigration status was at stake. Along with the lack of resources and having limited English proficiency, it impeded us to have access to a lawyer.
Gracias al apoyo.
Thanks to the support of organizations and mutual help, among others, the evictions didn't move forward.
Por eso hoy estoy aquí pidiéndole a la ciudad y a ustedes, queridos concejales, que incrementen este presupuesto. Gracias.
Gracias.
And therefore, I'm here to ask the city and to all the dear council members to increase the budget. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Next is Lilia and then Dave.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Lilia Ocampo. I live in District 1, and I am here to thank all of you for your hard work, and also Mayor for recommending this 1.1 million. Yeah, to So also I recommend you to make it structural to help our youth to get to a better place and to face with better tools everything that they are facing right now, like such as violence, after school, sometimes during inside the school sites, and so they can really take advantage of what is provided for them at the schools. It is hard for a young youth to really reach their full potential if they're not supported, if they're not guided. So I believe that these funds will help them to get a little
Ma'am, your time's
help
concluded.
to go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Dave and then Anna.
Good afternoon, Dave Shukla, 3rd District. The city's investments proposed for fiscal year 25 in emissions reduction as well as in the mitigation of pollution and its impacts are inadequate. 4.9 million for zero emission vehicles for the fleet. City's fleet is a good start, but it's not going to change the entire fleet. There needs to be much more investment in that. The city is running out of time and opportunities to get ahead of capping oil and gas drilling operations within its boundaries, and I hope that it takes every opportunity to pass SB 1137, implement as aggressively as possible and cap as many wells as you can. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dave. Anna Carella? That's
Yeah,
you?
hi.
All right.
Hi,
Thank you.
council members and mayor. My name's Anna Carella. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm also a member of DSA Long Beach and a volunteer with Long Beach for a Just Economy. Thank you for allocating funding for the Tenant Right to Council program in the proposed budget. This program is crucial for preventing eviction, which is why I asked that you increase the budget to 1.2 million. Right to counsel is about creating access to equity in courts. Landlords are nearly always represented, while a much smaller percentage of tenants receive legal representation. Long Beach is at risk of falling behind its regional partners like LA, who is looking to robustly fund a year-round tenant right to counsel program. Tenant program protections like well-funded right to counsel programs should be part of the solution toward preventing homelessness. I also support the Justice Fund as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Joel Barragan. After Joel Barragan is Genesis Gonzalez. Is Joel here? Okay, next is Genesis Gonzalez. After Genesis is Maria Ruiz.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Richardson and members of the council. My name is Genesis Gonzalez. I am a 15-year-old student at McBride High School in Long Beach. I am here to ask the Justice Fund remain at 1.1 million and be made structural. For me, this is important since I have family members who are immigrants and classmates whose parents are also in the same situation. Personally, I am very interested and worried that this budget won't be available to the people who would benefit from this. My parents are undocumented, and if my mom or dad were to be deported, this would impact the life of my younger sister and mine. Since we don't have family who would take care of my sister and me, we would get separated, which would cause some sort of trauma upon us. My parents and many other immigrant parents work day to day to give their children the best future. I ask that the members of the council would be generous and support Mayor Richardson's proposal of 1.1 million for Long Beach Justice Fund and also structure it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Maria. Is Maria here? Maria Ruiz? Okay. Guillermina Cruz? Guillermina's here. Okay, after Guillermina is Reverend Wally Holder.
Buenas tardes,
alcalde Rex Richardson y concejales. Mi nombre es Guillermina Cruz, soy del Distrito 6. Estoy ante ustedes el día de hoy para agradecerles por los fondos por el programa Derecho a un Abogado. Para el inquilino, este programa es muy importante para que el inquilino, para que pueda acudir a una protección en contra de los desalojos, pero hay que asegurarnos que este programa pueda ser utilizado por más personas en Long Beach.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rex Richardson and council members. I'm here, part of District 6, and my name is Guillermina Cruz, and I'm here in front of you today to thank you for the funds allocated to the program Tenants' Rights to Counsel. This program is really important for tenants so that they can resort to protection against evictions. But let's assure that this program can be utilized by many people, by many more people in Long Beach.
Estoy aquí también para pedir que se otorgue 1.2 millones de dólares adicionales a este programa. Con estos fondos adicionales se podrá aumentar el conocimiento de estos recursos y poder utilizar estos recursos para prevenir el desalojo, ya que muchas personas no tienen el tiempo ni los recursos para aprender con claridad los pasos para defenderse ante un tribunal de manera exitosa. Es de suma importancia que se fortalezca este recurso a través de los fondos adicionales que estamos pidiendo. Muchas gracias por su atención.
I'm here to ask you to allocate $1.2 million additionally towards this program. With these additional funds, there will be greater awareness that these resources are available, hence they'll be utilized to prevent evictions. Many people do not have the time nor the resources to learn clearly what the necessary steps to defend themselves in front of a court successfully. It is really important that these resources are fortified through additional funding that we're requesting. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members. Thank you for those who are still hanging in there with us. My name is Reverend Wally Hager, and I'm the Associate Minister of First Congregational Church, which is in District 1, and I'm a resident of District 5. And I'm also here as part of the Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, known as CLUE. I agree with Rex Richardson's comments about our city budget reflecting our values and our priorities. And I want to commend the hard work that went into creating this document we're looking at tonight. I am here with those who are asking for an additional $1.2 million for the Right to Counsel program for those who are facing eviction in the city. This has been a life-saving program for so many, and legal counsel for our tenants is needed now more than ever. We have made a commitment as a city to do everything we can to combat homelessness, and the Right to Counsel program is a critical part of that work. I urge you to fund this program at the level of $1.2 million and to allocate the $1.1 million to the Justice Fund, another vital program for our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, if I can have the next 10 people line up. So Reverend Mary Duong. Just 1 second. Hilda Aguilar, Joanna, Estenfina Rodriguez, Juan Carlos, Antonio Hernandez, and Kimberly Lim, and Nubia. So if you can line up and come on forward. If you guys don't mind lining up in that order, I appreciate it. And go ahead, Reverend, you can go next.
Good evening, council members. My name is Reverend Mary Jung. I am an American Baptist ordained minister and a senior faith organizer with CLUE, which stands for Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. First, I want to say thank you for your investment in the Right to Counsel program, and with the homelessness crisis in our city, I want to ask you to give an additional $1.2 million to the Right to Counsel program to ensure that this program will provide adequate legal support for our tenants facing eviction. This program is one way for our city to prevent homelessness and displacement, and studies have shown that it costs our city more money to rehouse people after their displacement than to help people stay housed. And our faith community have been a sanctuary for our unhoused siblings over the years by providing community, food, space for shower, and other important services. And we have seen the impact of displacement on the well-being of children and families for who lost their sacred homes. And we know that this program will help to ensure quality of life, protection, and equity for our tenants. So we urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Hilda Aguilar Jurado, and I am here as a 3rd District constituent and advocating on behalf of a family member who lives in the 6th District and happens to be an undocumented immigrant. This person in particular will highly benefit from the services that are being provided through the Justice Fund, which include, but of course are not limited to, legal services. We all know how expensive attorney fees can be and how lengthy any type of legal case can take, and so the services provided through this fund are highly beneficial to this population. This particular individual has been working with her employer for 15 years and has paid taxes over the years and has contributed to the community by volunteering at numerous community-based events. They are unable to join us today because they are undocumented and afraid to speak up. This really brings up the question of how many other undocumented immigrants fear deportation and remain silent. It is my responsibility and the responsibility of others in our community to advocate for our undocumented community. We know that support from the federal government and the state are lacking to the undocumented population, and I highly believe that the support needs to come from our local government. I kindly ask you on behalf of the community and undocumented population to please support the Justice Fund. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name is Joanna, and I'm here on behalf of the Long Beach Language Justice Coalition. I want to say thank you. I was excited to attend the Budget Oversight Committee meeting these last couple of weeks, and I'm looking forward to hearing the presentation, sharing with our comrades here about some of the movement forward in terms of supporting language justice in this budget. So thank you all so much for the work that you all have done around that. I do want to elevate the importance of ensuring that we continue to increase the amount of structural funds that are allocated every year. As we have seen throughout the pandemic, demand for this from the community has increased significantly over the years and will continue to do so. We're here in solidarity with our comrades here as well for the Justice Fund and for tenant right to counsel. And I understand that over the years, with those resources comes even more need for language justice. So please continue to support language justice and increase the amount of structural funds that we get for that, including supporting an official complaint process to make sure that there's accountability for those resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, dear Long Beach City Council. My name is Juan Carlos Amador Sainz. I'm a legal assistant at Al Otro Lado, and I'm a member of the Long Beach community. I'm proud to call Long Beach my home, along with 9 other members of my family who also live in Long Beach. And I'm also an immigrant to the United States, originally from Nicaragua. And I'm now a lawful permanent resident, having formerly been a client of Al Otro Lado in my asylum and my permanent resident application process. Legal help in immigration is crucial to keep families together. With the help of Al Otro Lado, I have been able to reunite my family here in Long Beach, our home in new country. The Long Beach Justice Fund immigration program is crucial for all the people to be as lucky as I was, to have the legal and social help to stay in the United States together with our families. I'm proud to be part of this effort to welcome our immigration neighbors fully into the Long Beach just I was. I know firsthand how essential these services are, both as a member of the Long Beach community and as an immigrant and someone who now has the honor of working with the other immigrant members of the community who are seeking immigration relief thanks to the Long Beach Justice Funds. Therefore, as a Long Beach resident
Sir, your time's concluded.
And as a member of Al Otro Lado, I'm respectfully ask that the funding be continued to our community may be becoming safer and more welcoming for all places.
Thank you very much for your comments. I appreciate that. Okay.
Good evening, Council.
I am Antonio with Long Beach Forward. I want to start by saying thank you for allocating funding towards the programs, including language access, right to counsel, and the Justice Fund. Well, that's a start. I want to continue to uplift what folks have mentioned. First, thank you for the language access program funding. We asked to hire an appropriate number of permanent staff, including a full-time Tagalog language specialist and full-time language access staff to have reliable translation and interpretation of valuable and critical city documents. Secondly, please allocate an additional $1.2 million towards the Right to Counsel program to prevent evictions and mitigate the housing burden residents live with. The city is working to create pathways to build and preserve affordable housing, such as the ballot measure A, zoning updates, and inclusionary zoning to address the housing crisis here in the city. While these particular housing conversations are valid, remember that building affordable homes are not the only approach to the housing crisis. The city must also invest in tenant protections now as an additional approach and to mitigate the displacement of families. Lastly, please allocate $1.1 million structural funds towards the Justice Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Kimberly?
Hello, City Council. My name is Kimberly Lim, and I'm a community organizer with Long Beach Forward and a part of the Long Beach Language Justice Coalition. I'm here to express my strong support for increasing city funding for the language access programs by additional $400K. Our demands include adding a full-time Tagalog interpreter and dedicating appropriate resources within the Office of Equity to provide technical assistance on language access plan development and implementation. Lastly, dedicating staff to create and implement an effective process for community members to file complaints within the Office of Equity related to language barriers. I would also like to echo the demands of structural funding for both the Justice Fund and Right to Counsel. This is more than just a matter of services. It is about making everyone in our community feel seen, heard, and valued. Many of our residents, including immigrants, refugees, and non-native English speakers, face significant challenges. Inclusion begins with understanding. If we want a city where everyone belongs, we must ensure that language is not a wall but a bridge. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I have the next 10 people get lined up? Just one second, it just went away on my screen. Okay, so after Nubia, so Ann Town, Malika Long, Carrie Shahay, Kate Chun, Jason Mercado, Jesse Alcala, Veronica, and Myra Garcia. So if you all could line up, please. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nubia Flores, and I'm with Long Beach Forward. And we are one of the community partners for the Central Long Beach Safe Passage program covering Whittier Elementary, Lincoln, and Franklin Middle School. Yes, 2 months of data is not a lot, but it was previously stated that the school year has just started. I will share with you what the data won't show you. We, the community partners, Days Long Beach, AOC 7, and Long Beach Forward have spent months working with school staff at representative schools to begin educating, meeting with parents on safe passage. We've been meeting with businesses to let them know about the program and to ask them to serve as safe zones for students. We've been meeting with respective council members, Allen, Saro, and Zendejas. We've been meeting with Long Beach Unified School District to keep them informed of what we're doing because we believe that partnership between LBUSD and the city is essential to make sure that all bases are covered when it comes to keeping students safe. I applaud LBUSD and the schools working with us community groups to get to know us and work together because I'm not only a parent organizer and advocate, I'm also an LBUSD parent, and the security of students in schools is important at all entry points. It's not just about funding orgs to do this work. Orgs need to put the work to build relationship with school communities they're looking to do work with, and that takes time. What the funding covers are things like essentials, language access, because all school parents are welcome to participate in this program.
Ma'am, your time's
and they
concluded.
need to be trained in their preferred language, background checks, printed materials, safety
Thank you
equipment
very
to help.
much. That's your time. Thank you. All right, come on up. You're next.
Good evening, the Honorable, the Mayor and member of the City Council and elected officer. So my name is Antoon, and I am here tonight to representing Global Refugee Awareness Hearing Center to support the language justice and coalition, and would like to request the city of Long Beach to dedicate and providers and adequate number of the permanent staff to fully to implement, monitors and enforce the language access policy. After refugee and myself, and who arriving without the knowing and English, I face many challenges in the country. There's many families member and friends are continuing strong goal like me with the English language. That's why I am here tonight to request an additional the fund 400,000 in the funding with the including the
very
Long
much.
Beach Recovery Act and
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Malika.
Hi, Honorable Vice Mayor and City Council members. My name is Malika Long. I live in the 5th District. I'm joining you all tonight to show my strong support for the Health Department's Violence Prevention Program. I am speaking on behalf of the Advancing Peace Steering Committee as chair in partnership with the One Long Beach Collaborative. I want to thank the Budget Oversight Committee for passing a recommendation to increase the proposed one-time $300,000 to one-time $1 million for violence prevention in the Health Department. We are calling on our champions of the City Council to approve the Budget Oversight Committee recommendation tonight, and where possible, increase the funds for violence prevention in the Health Department. The community is asking for $1.2 million for impactful violence prevention programs. The $1.2 million will sustain evidence-based programs such as, but not limited to, $300,000 for the current Health Department violence prevention program and $300,000 for
And your
violence.
time's concluded. Thank you so
Thank you,
much
guys.
for coming out. Okay, Carrie.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and Council members. My name is Kerry Chai, Board Member of Cambodia Town and Resident 6 District, Resident in District 6. We all have been in our, we have experienced issues trying to translate for our family members. I support the Language Justice Coalition. We need to have full-time Tagalog Filipino language specialists and full-time language access staff to help increase engagement with residents and staff regarding language access and any complaints to help further erode the language barrier in Long Beach. Also, as an ambassador for the Whittier Elementary School and Safe Passages, I'd like to advocate for funding for Long Beach Safe Passage. I see the need for helping our community, have our children coming going to school safely and feeling welcome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Kay Chun. Kay Chun, you're up next. Kay Chung, and then, okay, there you go.
Good evening, Acting Mayor and esteemed Long Beach City Council members. I live in District 5. I stand in strong opposition to Resolution UT 1518, the resolution that would increase water rates by 11% and sewer rates by 8%, effective in 3 weeks. I respectfully urge you to vote against this recommendation from the Utilities Commission that would exacerbate economic hardships for residents who are already struggling to meet basic needs during this time of record high inflation and interest rates. Instead, I would respectfully request a more gradual implementation of these rates over time to ease the burden on working families in Long Beach. I would also like to call attention to the Council's attention to the inequities inherent in the Utility Commission's majority protest process, which privileges English-speaking residents who have the financial means to access email technology or attend a meeting on a weeknight. I would ask that you please restore the public trust that was broken on August 19th at the Commission hearing when people walked out dismayed, feeling as if their voices didn't matter. I would urge you respectfully to consider a charter amendment to provide greater oversight to establish a rate schedule with rate caps and greater representation through appointments on the Commission. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so it's Jason, Jesse, Jason, okay?
Hi, I just wanted to point out, I think Jesse might have gone home already, or he got, sorry, to work, so I just wanted to, point that out there. Hello, honorable council members and vice mayor. My name is Jason Mercado. I am also a resident of Council District 2, and I'm also a lead community member with LBF, that's Long Beach Forward and Libre. Today, I'm here to just keep it nice and short and sweet for everyone. I understand it's a very long night. You guys have a lot of items ahead. So tonight I'm here supporting the allocation of an additional $1.2 million for the Tenant Right to Counsel program, which plays a vital role in preventing displacement. And I also want to voice my support for that $1.1 million for the Long Beach Justice Fund, as it is something very structural to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Go ahead, you're up.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Mayra Garcia Cortez, and I'm a renter of Council District 2, and I'm also the lead organizer for Libre. Tonight, I'm here supporting the allocation of an additional $1.2 million for the Tenant Right to Counsel program, which plays a vital role in preventing displacement. I also want to voice support of the $1.1 million for the Long Beach Justice Fund and making this a structural item in the city budget. Investing in the Right to Counsel program offers a high return by reducing costs related to emergency shelter housing, healthcare, and foster care, while also benefiting local schools and preserving subsidized housing. A 2019 analysis by Stout found that 95% of tenants with legal representation avoided displacement compared to just 1% without it. Legal help also improved tenants' health and well-being by mitigating the negative effects of eviction on children. As tenants and organizations working to support the most vulnerable Long Beach residents, we believe that the city should allocate an additional $1.2 million towards the Tenant Right to Counsel program to help support families and displacement. Thank you.
Thank you, Myra. Okay, so you are our last speaker, so it looks like that's everyone. So what we're going to do then is turn this back over to staff for your presentation.
All right, thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank everyone for their public comment. Now we're gonna begin the process of going through the budget adoption and hearing from the council. So I'm gonna now pass it back to Mr. Modica to walk us through the process.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So we've given lots of presentations. It's really now to get into the actions, and so we're going to start reading a number of different actions. The first three are more of the actual adopting of the budget, so we'll do the mayor's recommendations first. Council can make any comments on that. We'll do the BOC recommendations. Council can make comments on that. Then we'll do the proposed budget, which is the manager's proposed budget. Those three really form the core of the budget. And then after that, and motions and direction and questions can be on those. And then after that, we'll go through a number of other steps it takes. We will take a pause when we get to step, I believe it's number 14 or 13 or 14. And then we need to recalculate those numbers, and then we'll come down and do the rest of the calculation. So I will turn it now to Rebecca Bernsdorf and her team to walk us through.
And I will actually turn it over to the clerk's office to begin the first item.
Thank you. Before we continue, if we can please take the vote on item 17 before we proceed to the mayor's proposed budget, so we can conclude the hearing. We have a motion and a second on the floor.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Members, please cast your vote to end the hearing.
Councilman Sarl? Motion is carried.
All right. The next motion, please.
Recommendation to adopt mayor's proposed budget, recommendations as amended to the proposed FY25 budget.
All right. And we described those a bit earlier, those recommendations. So it's a motion and a second. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Kerr? Motion is carried.
All right, next motion.
Recommendation
That
to
was
adopt.
just the Justice Fund, by the way. Let's keep going.
Recommendation to adopt Budget Oversight Committee's proposed funding recommendations as amended to the proposed FY25 budget.
All right, so these are now the Budget Oversight Committee recommendations. These are the things that are additional to the mayor's proposed budget and the city manager's budget. So we're now going to hand it off to the BOC chair to walk through these motions.
Yes, so I'm going to have a couple of high-level comments about the BOC recommendations that I'm proud to present to you tonight. And then our budget manager, Rebecca Bernhoff, is going to go through and then read each of the recommendations in their entirety for the record. Thank you to everyone who participated in the budget process, attended community budget meetings, committee meetings, and contacted all of our offices with your concerns. I think it has been a great process. Meaningful and consistent public engagement in the process allows our budget to be better reflective of the needs and community that it serves. This year, the consistent concern raised by many residents included the need for additional funding for violence prevention and community investments. My belief is that these BOC recommendations demonstrate our commitment to being responsive to community and city needs, and so I am proud to submit these BOC recommendations for my council colleagues' consideration.
And I will go ahead and begin with the motions. A, motion to support Mayor Richardson's proposed budget recommendations. B, motion to appropriate the following one-time enhancements in the general fund group totaling $1,970,977, offset by an increased transfer from the Uplands Oil Fund Group from improved oil revenue projections to be recognized on a one-time basis. B1, add one-time funds of $130,000 in the general fund group in the citywide activities department to support priority initiatives identified by each district to identify infrastructure improvement projects and improve community services engagement, bringing the proposed fiscal year 25 budget of $320,000 to $450,000, with $50,000 designated specifically for funding to support youth-specific programs and activities in the mayor's office and 9 council district offices. B2, add one-time funds of $150,000 in the general fund group in the community development department to provide 30 small grants to community members and organizations to support local projects that enhance neighborhood development and cohesion. B3, add one-time funds of $300,000 in the general fund group in the Health and Human Services Department to continue supporting the Safe Passage program and community activation through the end of the school year 24-25, ensuring safe transit routes for residents, particularly for children traveling to and from school, and to promote community engagement activities. B4, add one-time funds of $25,000 in the general fund group in the Economic Development Department to launch a pilot program that funds the installation of artistic window wraps on vacant or underutilized storefronts to improve aesthetic appeal and deter vandalism. B5, add one-time funds of $250,000 in the general fund group in the citywide activities department to be transferred to the capital projects fund group to assist median improvements throughout the city for the beautification and improvement of street medians, enhancing safety and aesthetics, and add $250,000 in the capital projects fund group in the public works department. B6, add one-time funds of $300,000 in the general fund group in the Health and Human Services Department towards the youth programming with a focus on supporting children and their families, focusing on advancing peace and preventing violence. B7, add one-time funds of $300,000 in the general fund group in the Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department to increase budget for contractual services for homeless encampment and illegal dumping cleanup. B8, add one-time funds of $115,714 in the general fund group in the fire department for 3 new paramedic assessment units for a 6-month pilot program, which will involve activating fire captains and fire engineers to serve as paramedics. B9, add one-time funds of $100,000 in the general fund group in the library, arts, and culture department for increased safety developments and improvements at the Michelle Obama Neighborhood Library Garden area. B10, add one-time funds of $60,000 in the general fund group in the city manager's department to support the Citizens Advisory Commission on Disabilities efforts towards the disability data and community survey that will help bridge the disability data gap in Long Beach, critical for better understanding and addressing the existing and emerging needs of the local disability community, especially as the city prepares for the LA 28 Paralympic Games. B11, add one-time funds of $50,000 in the general fund group in the Economic Development Department for the inception activities such as economic engagement efforts, promotional initiatives, and early-stage programming of the proposed design district in downtown Long Beach that will be a critical step towards fostering innovation, creativity, and economic vitality in the downtown area. B12, add one-time funds of $190,263 in the general fund group in the Health and Human Services Department for one Public Health Associate 2 Communicable Disease Investigator and one Community Program Specialist 2 Operations Support Specialist as a result of the expiration of grants, loss of state funding, and conclusion of the Long Beach Recovery Act funding positions within the Health and Human Services Department to support these positions through fiscal year 25. And C, motion to direct the city manager to include the following items as a high priority item to be considered for funding using any fiscal year 24 year-end surplus resources from the general fund and or any other sources as relevant if available. C1, add one-time funds of $250,000 in the general fund group in the citywide activities department to be transferred to the capital projects fund group to implement additional traffic calming strategies such as flashing beacons, stop signs, speed humps, small median islands, delivered by the Public Works Department Traffic Safety and Engineering Neighborhood Partnering Program, and add $250,000 in the capital projects fund group in the Public Works Department. And C2, include funding for a grant match to apply for Proposition 1 funding that will focus on mental health design services for site plans. D, motion to add one-time funds of $92,174, a split of $86,174 in the Special Advertising and Promotions Fund Group and $6,000 in the Tidelands Operating Fund Group in the City Manager's Department, bringing the total increase to $215,434 for the Meet Long Beach Convention and Tourism Marketing Contract, which reflects the intended 5% in the proposed fiscal year 25 budget. With this increase, the total contract amount will be $4,839,110. E, motion to keep the current cultivation cannabis tax rate at $13.09 through October 1st, 2025. The cultivation tax rate is subject to an automatic increase on October 1st, 2024 per the CPI calculator without City Council direction. F, motion to add structural funds of $500,000 in the Development Services Fund Group in the Community Development Department, offset by funds available to support contractor and subcontractor verification for additional wage protection and labor standards as directed by the City Council by adding 1 Administrative Analyst 3 and 3 Permit Technician 2 positions inclusive of program materials and supplies. G, motion to withdraw the Technology and Innovation Department's request in the proposed fiscal year 25 budget for an enterprise architect position and replace with a new proposal to upgrade an accounting clerk 3 to an administrative analyst 3 within the proposed funding request. The remaining difference of $122,661 will go towards partially offsetting the proposed Technology and Innovation Department Deputy Director position request. Motion to change H, motion to change the departments for the existing proposed appropriation request of $200,000 one-time funding to support the Long Beach Violence Prevention Initiative from within the City Manager's Department to the Health and Human Services Department. I, motion to add structural funds of $564,079 and one-time funds of $274,355 in the general fund group in the Police Department for additional community services assistance to reduce response times for priority 3 nonviolent calls for service and free up patrol officers to respond to higher priority calls, offset by department savings. And J, motion to require agendized presentation materials for the Budget Oversight Committee meetings be publicized by noon Wednesday, the week prior to the BOC meeting for the BOC to review.
All right, well, the BOC has certainly been busy. There were some nuggets in there, just gonna tease some of those out. So all those investments in safe passages and youth and all that, that brings the violence prevention number up to 1.1 million, and your ask was 1.2. We got pretty close, so good job to Joni, but really a great job. Chris Covington, the coalition, they figured out a way to get there, so that's a good thing. And also in those recommendations, there's also enhancements in public safety that really complements the focus on core services. We'll be opening our new Police Academy building, which allows us to continue to train the new workforce, and we're doing a lot of work there. But in those recommendations has additional resources to go after new Prop 1 funds. That's the measure that passed, the governor's measure on mental health that passed in March. We're going after that money to build more mental health, residential mental health support facilities and beds in our communities. There's money in there, that's important. The CSAs, that's Community Service Assistance, Community Safety Assistance. These are civilians that help support our police department by going to the non-priority calls, which frees up police to focus on the higher priorities and drive down response times. That's important. So there's enhancements here in this recommendation. The Fire Department PAU program. That's the Paramedic Assessment Unit program. They're innovating and looking at an innovative new pilot to deliver faster response times. That's a good thing. Traffic, safety, and mobilities in there. There's $250,000. That was a recommendation from Councilmember Duggan and recommendations from KCOD to look at mobility and other enhancements as we head into Paralympics, which is an incredible opportunity to really be accessibility forward in our community. All of those recommendations were here in the Budget Oversight Committee, so that shouldn't be understated here, in addition to all the work we're doing with a new Office of Homeless Safety and homeless strategy and partnerships. That's a lot to say. The new Long Beach Workforce Investment Network, modernizing, focusing on local jobs and all those things, and a focus on growth. So this is a lot here in this budget. So that was important to note. We're going to go, the second of the motion is Councilwoman Zendejas, and then we'll hear from Councilmember Duggan.
Thank you so much to the Budget Oversight Committee for all the incredible allocations that were made. I think that this is definitely, like you had said before, Mayor, the what represents our values and our principles here in the city, and I think it's reflected in this budget. I'm very, very proud of everybody that worked on this budget, including our BOC committee, our city staff, and especially our residents. Thank you all for coming out week after week after week, making sure that your voices are heard, and I hope that you see that your voices have been reflected in this budget, and I encourage you to continue working with us as a city and to continue bringing your priorities to us here to City Council every time that there is a budget cycle. I'm very proud of those that came before us today to speak for the very first time. I am very, very proud of my District 1 residents who came out, and I am very proud of us being able to accommodate even those that do not speak English, that we have the services to be able to provide interpretation and make sure that those voices are also heard. So I am very supportive of the budget that is recommended. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Duggan.
This is an amazing process. I want to thank the great leadership of our BOC chair, Councilmember Rick Odie. I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to include $15,000 to the Conservation Corps Shore Corps program to look at the source of trash coming down the LA River. The Conservation Corps agreed to conduct the work as a part of their existing partnership and to provide matching funds to ensure its success. This was not accepted during the Budget Oversight Committee discussions, but I wanted to bring it to the item to the full council for consideration.
Are there any other recommendations? Is that it? Councilmember? Okay, do you want to respond to that friendly amendment?
I'd actually like to hear, thank you, Councilmember Duggan. I'd like to hear from all of my council colleagues before considering accepting any motions.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to thank all the city budget team, those who are involved with making sure we had engagement from the community on their feedback in the budget process. City Manager Modica, Mayor, and Chair Rick Odie as well. It's really a process that we made, I think, an effort intentionally to start early to ensure there's feedback. And I think that it's important we incorporate as much, and I hope that people feel that there were many opportunities to either attend those meetings and give feedback, reach out to your council member and share feedback, as well as the BOC. So I think this is a good budget. I think that a lot of consideration was taken into it, you know, and I think also as council members, we also need to make sure we work within the timeline. I think all of you too, I know there's a lot of stuff that happens, but it's also important you reach out to us so we can have conversation with staff to figure out feasibility as well as everybody in the process. So while you also have your process with your members and residents, we also have our process as well that it has to go through. So I think that what I do have a few questions that I want to bring forward as far as the recommendation that's before us. I appreciate the consideration and the modification and adding to the Violence Prevention Fund. I just wanted to make sure that there was clarification on when that funding cycle ends, especially for safe passage. Because I think in our last week's conversation, it was going to be only for up to the end of December. How long, with these additional funds, when does that end? Does it extend into 2025?
Yes, the Safe Passage program ends at the end of the calendar year 2024.
Okay. But this would extend it with the additional budget, right?
Correct.
To
Sorry, yes, through
2025?
the end of 25.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure to clarify. The other is, I think we also had conversation about expansion of it. What would it take in order to expand the programming? I know that there was a lot of conversation about gathering data, but I wanted to make sure we were clear that if we came into the next cycle budget, that we're taking that into consideration for what can the groups do now to consider expansion.
So if we can have Erica come up and talk a little bit about kind of what those dollars will look like in the next year's budget and what some of the opportunities will be.
Okay, so I think that we also wanted to look from last week's budget that we wanted to get more data about, well, does it work? What's not working? What other sites could we consider that is in need as well, right?
Yeah, so we did do a big write-up as part of the response to the council and provided a lot of that data, and so Erica's team helped write that. I can ask her to summarize that a little bit.
Hi, good evening. An expanded site would be about $300,000, $250,000 to $300,000, depending on the model that is employed. And so that would be in addition to the extension of getting us through the end of the school year for the existing 2 sites.
Okay, and can we make sure that we do gather the data and ensuring to consider what does work and how it could be expanded to other sites that are of need? For example, we have Butler Elementary and now the Washington neighborhood students are now attending there. What would it mean, right, for that expansion to that area? So I just want to make sure if in preparation for next year we can consider that.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. The other thing that I did wanted to raise was if there could be a response around language access. I think, I wanted to also thank everyone who reached out to myself and the other council member for your requests, and we do take it very seriously. We do appreciate you reaching out and giving us, reaching out for questions and clarification. And I wanted, again, that timing around specific requests was asked, but I wanted to make sure we went through the process to considering it. Is there somebody that could answer a question about what funding is provided currently for the language access program that does cover under the recent request for the additional $400,000?
Yes, actually the person who's best equipped to do that had a minor medical emergency that went and helped somebody with, so I will do my best. So in the budget, we actually did do a structural add to our language access program this year. One of the great things we did as part of a Recovery Act was actually add city translators, so not just relying on contracted services, but adding city actual translators in our office. So those 3 positions are added as part of the budget, and then structurally, so those will be preserved. And then we also have our equity officer, Alana, has been working on creating a MOU with our various departments because a lot of them use services, and it's been very popular to use language access services, but those have historically all been funded out of the pot of the money for general fund. And so that'll help expand our reach. Those dollars will be implemented as part of the budget, and then those non-city manager non-general fund departments will help pay into the translation ability.
Okay. And staff would be available if there is follow-up questions since the staff person wasn't here, right?
Yes, certainly. So we plan to talk more about this, and we can answer questions. So Alana really knows her budget inside and out. We'll have that MOU as a part of this. That money's in the budget to expand the MOU. We'll get all those in place, and we can also do a report out on what the new structural budget will be.
Thank you. I know I'm time. I'll queue up again. I just had a few more questions, a few more comments.
Great. And so if the budget passes tonight, we'll do a follow-up 2 from 4 and just kind of lay all that out so you'll have something you can share with everybody.
That would be wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to extend my appreciation to city staff, to the city manager and your team, to the budget team, to the department chairs who were so thoughtful in putting their budgets before us with the understanding of where we are from a financial perspective. And deep appreciation to the work of the mayor and the BOC to get us to a place where I feel like we are addressing the needs of the community that are present, knowing fully that there is always so much more work to do as money allows. So I want to thank everybody for being really thoughtful in this approach. I want to thank Budget Chair Rix Odie for all of her hard work. I appreciate the consideration of the enhancement to the Explorer and Cadet program that I submitted to BOC. And I understand we need to work a little more thoroughly on what that looks like with the department and with staff, because we know that engaging with young people and leadership is important. It seems to be a theme of this budget, so would ask consideration for available mid-year funds as we work through an appropriate pilot or an appropriate program within the department moving forward. But that's all I have for now, but thank you.
Thank you, and I think you're talking about the bikes. Yeah, well, let's work through some of those challenges. I certainly support looking at that in the future. You know, let's work through that process. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yeah, just to wrap up what I was sharing earlier around language access is that I wanted to make sure that as much as I got that request, it wasn't on time in order to present it to Chair Rix Odie enough to vet it through the process to get it considered for this budget cycle, which is why it's important for me to have our city manager put out a memo in response to what is the funding in the budget proposal currently cover and what could we do better for next year. So that's one of the feedback I want to give, why it's so important to ensure that we make time to give the Budget Oversight Committee time to review materials to go through the process for approval. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Vice Mayor Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just thank you for all your leadership on this, and the BOC team, the city management team, financial management. I tell you, just going through this, there's no doubt it's a robust, forward-thinking budget that addresses a lot of our challenges, but I think it's also preparing us for the future. I'm excited about the Alamitos Library, the $4.8 million for the Climate Action Plan, and $500,000 from the AB 32 CAP and trade funds. I'm also excited that about our police recruitment efforts for our new police academy. I know that a lot of residents contact my office about crime throughout the city, so I'm pleased to see that we have the $1.3 million allocated for the high crime focus team that will proactively address violent crime. And I think the Slurry Seal program from Public Works that's going to treat an additional 200,000 feet of street pavement in each council, I think is great. And then I'm really excited about the beach cleaning vehicle. and it just has made such a big difference, just the focus that we put over there in that area. So just thank you guys for making that happen. I know a lot of people are really pleased about that. I also support the 25,000 one-time funds within the city manager's department that enhance our veteran outreach efforts. So thanks for that. And then one last thing, I'm also, you know how much I love small businesses, so I'm pleased to see the 250,000 in the one-time funds with the economic development department to continue the Level Up Long Beach. So just really great stuff. I think that I'm just so proud of all the work that's gone in and led by Councilwoman Joni Ricks-Odie, and all the work from the BOC. And then I'm also if a councilwoman needs a second for the cleanup of the 15,000, I would support that too along the LA River. So, all right, that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Let's see, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. As we all know, Councilmember Uranga was not able to attend today's meeting, and I would like to highlight and uplift his recommendations to have surplus funds be directed towards the following programs: language access, tenant right to counsel, the Justice Fund, and the Safe Passages programs. I strongly urge our council to support these efforts as well.
All right, thank you. I think that, let's see. Yeah, that's it for the council members, so we'll take it back. Councilmember Ricks-Odie, you want to have the final word here?
Yeah, I do.
Sure.
Ooh, excuse me, I need a little bit of water. I've been doing a lot of talking today. Yeah, so thank you to my council colleagues for just your really, I feel like every year that I'm part of the budget process, I personally learn something, and I just really appreciate the thorough look that you all give, your concerned responses, being engaged, and so I just want to say thank you to my council colleagues for continuing to work with all of us, right, to make sure that we are presenting a budget that, reflects our community and our needs. I did want to respond to Councilmember Duggan. So Councilmember Duggan, I actually think that this potentially could be a good idea, but even in reading, I'll admit, it's new. I hadn't seen it until today, and even in reading the document you presented, I have some questions related to who that bucket of money would go to. Does it go to parks? Does it go to public works? I think this needs a little bit of massaging and work before it's ready to be presented. And so for that particular reason, I have to say no to the friendly. But I think we can do some work to get it ready to be a potential project.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you to the entire council and everybody on their comments. We're now ready to, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, next one, please.
Recommendation to adopt expenditure and revenues as identified in the proposed FY25 budget as amended, A3.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Sorrow.
We're
Motion is
voting
carried.
a lot, guys. It's like 14 votes. All right, next, please. Oh,
Motion is carried.
all right, great. Next one, please.
Recommendation to adopt a resolution amending the master fees and charges schedule for specified city services for citywide fees and charges for the city of Long Beach, A-4.
All right, it's moved and seconded. Members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
All right, next motion.
Recommendation to approve FY25 one-year capital improvement program, A-5.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, next, please.
Recommendation to declare ordinance amending the departmental organization ordinance read the first time and laid over to the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading, A-6.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Next item, please.
Recommendation to adopt the amended salary resolution for FY25, A-7.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, next motion, please.
Recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the FY25 budget for the Long Beach Harbor Department as adopted by the Board of Harbor Commissioners on June 10th, 2024, A-8.
All right, moved and seconded. Please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Next motion, please.
Recommendation to adopt a resolution approving Resolution UT-1518, a resolution of the City of Long Beach Public Utilities Commissioners amending Resolution Number UT-1482, fixing rates and charges for water, sewer, and gas services to all customers, A-9.
It's been moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Next.
Recommendation to adopt a resolution approving the FY25 budget of the Long Beach Public Utilities Department as adopted by the Board of Public Utilities Commissioners on June 6, 2024, A-10.
Thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Rixodi. Motion is carried.
All right, next up.
Recommendation to adopt a motion approving the FY25 budget for the Long Beach Community Investment Company in the amount of $5,725,142, A-11.
It's been moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, next.
Recommendation to adopt a motion approving the estimated transfer of $25,758,181 from the Harbor Fund Group to the Tidelands Operations Fund Group, A-12.
All right, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, next.
Recommendation to adopt a resolution establishing the GAN appropriation limit for FY25 pursuant to Article B of the California Constitution, A-13.
All right, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Next.
Recommendation to declare an emergency to exist pursuant to City Charter Section 211. I'm sorry, this is where we take a pause and have
This
the
is where we take the pause.
financial
All right,
manager
it's a
go
lot of
back up.
votes.
Okay.
Hard to keep up. All right. So we'll now pause and go back to the regular agenda while they calculate the budget. So we're going to call item 18, please.
Report from Community Development, recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing an application to the California State Department of Housing and Community Development Local Housing Trust Fund Program for $2.5 million citywide.
All right. So do we have a staff report here?
Yes, we're applying for a fair amount of money for our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I'd like to turn it over to Christopher Kuntz, our Director of Community Development.
All right.
Good evening. I was going to say the presentation's up to you, but I think Rebecca and the team need the time, so I'm going to talk us through some good news here this evening. So you may remember we previously came to the City Council. The city has had a housing trust fund for many years, but it was not previously funded, and it was structured in the way that we set it up, but that didn't conform with current state standards for a housing trust fund. So in October of 2023, we came to the council, we restructured that fund, and we told you at that time that we'd be pursuing state funding as matching funds for our trust fund. So fast forward, the news was less exciting, but it has a happy ending. So during an earlier version of the state budget, that funding disappeared and it looked like we wouldn't get those matching funds. But during the final budget negotiations and the budget that was signed by the governor, these funds were reinstated, which allows the city to put in an application for $2.5 million, which would lead to a total balance of $5 million in the fund. So once funds go into the Housing Trust Fund, they're then distributed back out through a competitive process. We do a notice of funding availabilities twice a year, and affordable housing developers compete with each other for the best project and the best use of our funds, leveraging other funds, and then those funds are overseen by our Long Beach Community Investment Corporation board of directors who are appointed by the mayor. So the Housing Trust Fund is a state program designed to do exactly what we're doing here in Long Beach, which is supporting the deployment of dollars that turn into affordable housing projects. So we've done many of the projects that you see around town, and those change the lives of families, and we will continue to do that. But we're also looking at, should we receive these funds, doing some new things as well. So that includes sort of a scattered site approach, where maybe we have smaller projects in different parts of the city, as well as our ADU program. So we have a pilot program right now where we are providing loans for homeowners to build ADUs and then rent them to lower income families, and conceivably these funds could help continue or expand that project. So we're asking you to adopt the resolution here, allowing us to apply and to accept up to $2.5 million in grant funds from the state of California. And if you approve this, we're going to send it to HCD tomorrow morning, and hopefully are successful and are able to program these dollars to forward our affordable housing goals. So the recommendation is to adopt the resolution in front of you and then authorize the city manager to execute all of the documents with the state, in this case with HCD. That's my presentation. Maybe you want to ask some questions, because I think Rebecca's still not quite done.
We got a few more items here.
Okay.
Well, I don't think we have any questions. It's free. It's a grant. It's new money for affordable housing. That's a good thing.
Yes. Good
work. We're going to take a little bit of time. Anybody else want to applaud? Vice Mayor Allen, you got something? You're cute. You're the maker of the motion.
Yes, sir. I think it's great. I mean, that's great news. You can do new things. You can work all over the city, ADUs. Great work.
It's good stuff. Councilwoman Zendejas, what you got?
Yes, I think with that we've come a long ways to meet the housing needs of our most vulnerable communities through assistance and home ownership opportunities like what this fund is going to allow. This is another step in the right direction that I absolutely and fully support. This item reads that if the resolution is approved and our application is successful, fingers crossed, that over $2 million will be awarded to the Housing Trust Fund, and that's fantastic news. And I also want to say that I also can appreciate all the hard work that has already been done. We've been very creative, very adaptable in continuing to fund housing projects that will get folks off the streets. I am, like I said, fully in support of this item. So thank you for all your hard work.
All right. Well, Councilwoman Sorrow, you have a question?
I have a question. Can you pull up that slide of funding new projects?
Sure.
And where it would allow you to fund new projects? Because currently, just a minimum of how much funding in total with the matching and what you're applying for generally gets allocated to a project, right? Like a housing project versus kind of like an ADU that's being proposed here.
Right, so that really depends on a number of different factors. So this is $2.5 million of city funds that would be matched dollar for dollar by the state, so that would leave us $5 million. When we fund a typical affordable project, our subsidy is in the neighborhood of $100,000 per unit. So an ADU actually costs a little bit more than that, but it's a different animal. So the ADU, it's a low interest loan, but it is a loan that we fully expect will be repaid. Whereas our loans that we do on large multifamily buildings, I think the most recent one in your district was Anaheim and Walnut. That's what's called a residual receipts loan. So the lender in position number 1 gets paid first, and then the lender in position number 2 gets paid second, and we're usually in third position, and we get paid if there's anything left. And some years there's nothing left, and that's fine. That's how the loan is structured, and that's how we finance that type of development, and then we get paid back over about 55 years. On an ADU, we would expect to get paid back in 15 years or less, and then that funding would come back to the city and be available to make new loans to continue the program. So in ADU, the loan could be up to $250,000, so it's actually more, but we get paid back faster. So it's really just about, there's not one kind of housing we need. We have an all of the above housing strategy, so we're just trying to do multiple things with the funding stream.
Yeah, thanks for the response. I just want to make sure, because there will be, some people wondering, well, why wouldn't we just focus on affordable housing versus ADU, which is like one unit versus a building that could create more units for housing. So I just wanted to make sure there's kind of clarity, or at least clear process in how funding is allocated. I agree with you, we need diverse, but it's also thinking about the speed at how we can increase housing too, and the number, right?
Right, we can deliver an ADU in 1 year. Our typical multifamily, building 100 apartments, those are great projects. I'm proud of each and every one of them, but it's a 5 to 6 year project to deliver one of those buildings. So speed to delivery is a factor, and then different families, different living situations are what's best for them, and an ADU does just provide a different option and sometimes access to different neighborhoods than our large apartment building projects. So we need to be able to do both, not just one or the other.
Thank you, that was really helpful.
Thank you, Councilman Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Sara. I had the same question. I wanted to thank you for pointing out that you had kind of this scatter approach around the city and how that's important. You also on slide 3 talk about rehabilitation and preservation of affordable housing. As you said, I think when people hear affordable housing, they think a certain thing in their head, and understanding that there is affordable housing throughout our cities through different means of doing that. So if you could just speak a little bit potentially to the rehabilitation or preservation piece, again, just to broaden people's understanding of what they think of when they hear affordable housing.
Sure, there's a number of different things we fund in terms of rehabilitation. It could be something as individual as helping a low-income senior replace their roof, which is a program we operate out of the department. It could be larger items. Sometimes a apartment building, it needs major investment, usually at year 20, year 30, and year 50 because of the way systems age and need refurbishment. Sometimes there's an opportunity when a building is 50 years old to, instead of having it fall into disrepair, to buy it, refresh it, make it nice, and there is an opportunity for affordable developers to buy it, and through our use of low interest loans, be able to then rent those units out at an affordable rent and extend the lifespan of that building and upgrade it, both visually and in terms of quality. So that's a rehab type program that we do. The other thing we do is rental affordable. It's a 55-year covenant now, but there was a point in time where it was a 30-year covenant, and some of those covenants do come up on expiration, and we don't want folks to lose their existing affordable housing. So we make funding available, and then we would enter into a loan agreement to basically refinance that project in return for extending their covenant, adding an additional 55 years to the period of affordability, so that people that are already benefiting from affordable housing can continue to do so.
Great, thank you so much.
All right, members, please cast your vote. Is there any public comment on this? Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Kerr. Motion is carried.
All right, next item, please. 19.
Report from Human Resources, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute the contract amendments with multiple health insurance companies and any subsequent amendments necessary to maintain current benefit levels and remain in compliance with state and federal laws on all plans at the discretion of the city manager, citywide.
All right, is there a staff report here?
Sure, we can have Human Resources come and talk a little bit about some of our healthcare plans.
Well, I just want to tell you, we're probably going to spend some time on, we're going to power through these and probably spend some time on 22.
Sure. So I'll give the 30-second update if you want to hear it. So this is our plan for all of our city workers, and as is typical, healthcare costs more money every single year. But I'm proud to report that while our costs are going up, they're going up at less than what the average is for other entities, both public and private. So our team does a really good job negotiating good benefits, and so these help our city employees, and we're asking for your approval.
That sounds good to me. Is there any public comment here? All right, it's been moved and seconded, I believe. Yes, it has. Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Sorrow. Motion is carried.
20.
Report from Human Resources, recommendation to adopt specifications and award a contract to Caremark PCS Health LLC to deliver comprehensive pharmacy benefit management services for a period of 2 years with the option to renew for 3 additional one-year periods citywide.
This is related to the previous item.
All right, any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, 21.
Report from Long Beach Airport, recommendation to adopt specifications and award a contract to PGAL Inc. for planning and design services for the proposed passenger concourse improvement project at the Long Beach Airport for a total contractual amount not to exceed $2,274,970 and increase appropriations in the airport fund group in the airport department by $2,274,970 offset by airport operating revenues. District 5.
We've got the best airport director in all of the United States.
Mr. Mayor, that was it. I mean, if I may comment, I'd like to take that worldwide, if you don't mind.
Worldwide? Well, if we were international, we could be in let me stop. But I think we will take our time and have this presentation.
Thank
Best
you.
director around, Cynthia Guidry.
Thank you, and I am humbled for your comment. Thank you. Just messed up all my comments here. But good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. The airport is delighted to bring forth this item to initiate planning and design services for the proposed passenger concourse improvements project at Long Beach Airport. Just for a brief history, the existing concourse was opened back in 2012 as part of the Phase 1 Airport Improvements Program, and after 12 years of heavy passenger use, the airport is looking for some improvements to that space that will enhance the passenger experience, increase efficiency, as well as better welcome travelers to the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics Games. With you all's support over the last several years, the airport has been able to complete several pre-security projects, and now we have an opportunity to enhance and refresh our post-security facilities with this first step. The initial scope elements for this refresh, I like to call it a refresh project, includes improving hold room space, circulation, restroom upgrades, solar panel installation on the north concourse, and much, much more. But the airport plans to seek FAA grant funding for this proposed project under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law Act Airport Terminal Program with a preliminary project estimate, overall project estimate of $27.9 million. Due to federal grant dollars as the primary source of funding for this opportunity, the procurement process was conducted to secure these professional services in accordance with FAA regulations and requirements. So tonight's item for you all consideration is for the award of a $2.2 million contract for planning and design services to PGAL or PGAL, a firm with extensive history of delivering complex aviation projects. I mean, we got to do this work while the airport is still operating. And if the airport terminal program grant funds aren't awarded to the city, we will also pursue the airport infrastructure grant dollars as another alternative. And so thank you for your consideration for this award to PGAL for $2.2 million.
All right, thank you. It's been moved by Councilwoman Curry. Got anything?
No, I just want to thank you for continuing to evaluate and address the needs that our passengers coming through our airport say there is a need for. We know we've talked about extra space for seating in the concourse and outside. So thank you and your team always for being responsive and making sure that our commercial aviation there is the best in the nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Massaro, the second.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, it's just very supportive of the item.
All right, thank you. Members, please cast your vote. Or is there any public comment, actually? No? Members, please cast your vote.
Councilwoman Sorrow, Councilwoman Rixotti. Councilwoman Rixotti. Motion is carried.
22.
Report from Public Works, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all documents necessary to amend contract with Circuit Transit, Inc. for operation of a microtransit shuttle program for a revised contract amount not to exceed $6,407,123, districts 1, 2, and 3.
All right, is there any staff report, please?
Yes, we do have a staff report on this one. So this is kind of an exciting item that we want to come update you on. This started as a pilot project several years ago, which then the council invested in during the Recovery Act dollars. And we've since been looking to kind of expand this program and find other dollars that can help support it while we look at how to do micromobility in our city and how to increase, especially in our parking impacted areas, some of our parking challenges and some of our mobility challenges. So I'd like to turn it to Josh Hickman to go through the update, and then we'd be able to answer council questions.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. Excited to be before you tonight to provide an update on the Microtransit shuttle program. So what is the Micro Shuttle? It's intended for short trips. It's an all-electric 5-passenger EV vehicle, and if you haven't used it before, it's similar to other rideshare apps like Uber or Lyft. So you're able to pull up it on the app and request a ride, take the ride. It's a free for users, and take that ride wherever within the zones that you'll see on a later slide. The expansion of the program also provides dedicated ADA access vehicles for different users that request such. So some of the program goals that we have, they're outlined on the slide here. I'll run through them. First one, reducing short car trips. Number 2, encouraging the use of public parking lots and reducing the demand for on-street parking. Item 3, improving connections to existing mass transit. Item 4, stimulating the local economy by providing transportation options throughout the corridors, especially at the business locations, and providing first and last mile connections. On the slide here, you see the 2 current service areas, one on the left being the downtown location, and these are heat maps, so they're showing the drop-off and pickup locations. So you see the red dots correlate with Pine, Vons, and the 4th Street corridor. On the right side image in Belmont Shore, you see a similar setup when the demand and the heat map show a lot of pickups and drop-offs on 2nd Street. So this slide here represents the different statistics that we have for the program. Downtown, there are slightly more users. You have about between 2,000 and 3,000 versus Belmont Shore and the 1,200 to 2,500. The average wait times are shown on the screen, as well as the user age and peak demand times. Wanted to point out that this program also addresses some of the items outlined within the LB Climate Action Plan. The air quality is of course a big one. This fleet is 100% electric vehicle, so they're all charged up and ready to go, no emissions as they rotate throughout these areas. The also wanted to highlight the land use, and that these vehicles help contribute to a denser, more mixed-use type land use element. And of course, transportation. These are transportation vehicles. They're connecting up a lot of different areas and helping make that first last mile connection for various users of different transit types. So the change in the ridership, you can see here between 23 and 24. The orange represents the rides, and then the green represents the number of passengers. So what's showing here is that each ride usually consists of more than one passenger, and that's consistent for both downtown and Belmont Shore. Regarding the performance, this is specific to the downtown area, and you can see that the top location for pickups, and then the number 3 for drop-offs is Vaughn's, which is a grocery store, and you'll see that there's a number of grocery stores. It's a pretty common theme for both areas. The locations where these get used are often at grocery stores and high traffic areas. So as noted, it's pretty similar for the Belmont Shore location. So some recent accomplishments, wanted to highlight some of these. The micro shuttle program, it has been a pretty popular alternative, especially during peak periods. Peak periods being over the weekend, Thursday through Sunday. The ride is, every time that somebody uses one of these vehicles, they're basically taking another personal vehicle off the road. So that not only impacts the air quality as mentioned previously, but also some of the parking in some of these higher impacted areas. As part of the expansion goals, we really want to be able to close the gap. We'll pull up a slide here in the next couple slides that show the map, but really want to close the gap between the downtown and the Belmont Shore service areas. We also wanted to extend up to the medical center, St. Mary's. So you'll see an extension north of the downtown area that covers that, and also adding some nearby senior centers. Increasing the revenue from the ad space on the vehicles, which then get plugged back into the program to help support and continue the program in the future. And as mentioned, further support of the CAP goals and decreasing wait times, thereby increasing efficiency. So funding of the program comes from a grant from South Coast Air Quality Management District, also Prop A, which comes from our LA Metro funding. So the map I had mentioned previously is shown here. So we have a current downtown location that ends right around Junipero, and then we have the Belmont Shore area that ends approximately around Livingston and Jimeno. So the pink area in the center is really the expansion area that covers the senior housing, which are represented by the 3 yellow dots. And then shifting focus over to the downtown side, the current program stops at 6th Street, so it's extending up to 10th Street, up to St. Mary's, and including additional senior housing up north as well. In addition, there's also an expansion of the program. Now that we have some larger sedan type vehicles, we can get over the bridge and drop off at and pick up at the Queen Mary and the areas adjacent to that. The hours of operation, they're shifting slightly. So the Sunday, based on user needs and desires, that'll be shifting from a close at 6 p.m. on Sunday to an 8 p.m. close on Sunday. The rest of the hours remain the same. And then in the vehicle section here, you can see that the current number of vehicles, 6 plus 2 on standby for a total of 8, will be expanded to a total of 14. That'll all be full-time vehicles, so doubling of the fleet that's out there. This slide highlights some of the program funding. So the current funding, in addition to the expansion of the funding. So 2 years, and then we're expanding for an additional 3 years. As noted previously, Prop A and South Coast Air Quality Management District grant. Would like to point out that there is also ad revenue for these vehicles. So we put out advertising on each of them, and to date we've already received approximately $88,000, which we split with Circuit. So that, as noted previously, does help reinvest into the program and expand. And based on other metrics, some information from Metro themselves, we are doing pretty well on the average passenger per vehicle hour metric and the cost per rider metric. That concludes presentation and available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Actually, what I'll do is I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman Zadejas first.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And thank you, Josh, for that very detailed presentation. I'm very pleased to have seen this on the agenda. Supporting alternate modes of transportation to reduce our dependency on the private automobile is a huge part of my platform. Programs like the Circuit help with connectivity. My ultimate goal is to have more people walking, biking, and sharing modes of transportation like this. Since the Circuit's inception, I have promoted this program, been a rider myself, and heard from many stakeholders how useful this service is. To the disappointment of some of my senior advocates, during the initial pilot program, the service boundaries did not include an area of District 1, which is home to several senior buildings. I'm extremely happy to see that that change has been made in this item. I'm also very pleased that it's going up to and been extended to 10th Street and to St. Mary's Medical Center. I'm also very pleased to see in the presentation that a lot of the stops are at grocery stores. So that makes me believe that a lot of our residents are being able to access that because of Circuit. So very pleased with that. So I also want to thank our city manager, Tom Modica, for working with me on this request and listening to the needs of my senior adult community. And I hope that my colleagues will support this amendment to this contract with Circuit Transit. So I'm very pleased to see this and all the work that has been done on it. I would encourage us to also keep an eye on the time for the ADA pickups. I saw that you had a slide in there regarding how much time one waits. I know that it's different for ADA, but now that we're going to be serving the senior communities, I think that it would be important to actually be able to note that as well, so that we can have data on what that is as well. So thank you again for that great presentation, and I hope that my colleagues will absolutely support this as well.
And Councilmember, if I can respond quickly to the ADA component, we actually think it's going to get better. So right now, operationally, they have an ADA vehicle, but they basically have to go get it and then go pick somebody up, and that slows things way down. So they're looking at making changes to their fleet so that that'll be included, and it'll be the same vehicle that can both take disabled and able-bodied at the same time, and it should really help. So the team's been paying a lot of attention to that.
And I would also encourage us to kind of make them the same. I know that the ADA vehicles have no windows on them, and the other vehicles do. So sometimes the seniors or older adults that are in the vehicles might not be able to tolerate that kind of weather. So thank you.
Yeah, and I can respond real briefly to that too. So we definitely recognize some of those concerns and the limitations with the current ADA vehicles. While we did have them available, as Mr. Modica had noted, we are purchasing 2 additional vehicles that will be able to service ADA users much more efficiently, and we'll have those extra windows and other amenities as well.
Thank you for that. And I also want to say how great it is that we now are able to connect our downtown to Belmont Shore. I think that was something very exciting for me as well, so that we can go to Belmont Shore and Belmont Shore can come to us in downtown. So thank you for that too.
All right, thank you. We're going to do public comment, then we take it back behind the rail because we have 2 people who waited a long time to speak. Marcel Saraboff and Seth Freeman, are they here? All right, Marcel, you're up first.
Good evening, Mayor Richardson and Council. My name is Marcel Saraboff. I'm a resident of District 1 and a member of Long Beach Carlight. Up for your vote tonight is a proposal to spend nearly $5 million to extend our contract with Circuit. As a car-free CD1 resident who enjoys our restaurants and nightlife, I stand to benefit more than most residents from this proposal. I'm also against it. This is a proposal to subsidize Ubers to the tune of more than $12 per ride. Ouch. All this for service with a limited operating area, high wait times, poor wheelchair accessibility, and a buggy, frustrating app. If we feel the need to transport the people of Long Beach, why not consider contracting for a fixed route service with LBT? LBT is accessible, integrated with existing mapping software, and has good signage throughout the city. As late as 2009, we had 4 free routes throughout the city, providing a superior service to what Circuit is proposing to give us. I wonder what this sum, a 5% boost to LBT's annual operating budget, could do. Where Circuit's costs will balloon exponentially with growth and clog our streets with traffic, fixed route bus service remains cost-effective, scalable, and keeps vehicles off the road. A no vote is a vote for financial sensibility, good service, and clear streets. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I've heard a lot recently about Elevate 28 and our plans to invest in our infrastructure, invest in our transit problem. And the question I have is, how can we be a world-class city in 28 without a backbone of world-class transit? This proposal is not world-class transit. Cities around the globe have figured out how to do transit. They rely on a solid backbone of buses, trams, trains, intercity rail, things like that. This, again, is just subsidized Uber. And we're still competing against Uber and competing against the transit we already have. I'm a District 2 resident. I've taken the Circuit. Half the time I have to cancel the ride because it doesn't show in 20, 30 minutes. The route that I would have to take on Long Beach Transit to get from where I live down to Belmont Shore only runs every 30 minutes because they don't have the funding to run the frequencies that we need to replace cars. Again, $12 a ride. I think that the number for Long Beach Transit is 39 cents. It just does not make any financial sense to approve this measure. So, thank you.
Thank you for your public testimony. All right, we'll take it back behind the rail. Councilmember Kerr. Oh, sorry. Vice Mayor, are you there?
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, I just got back today from Germany on an electrification delegation where we talked a lot about LA28 and all the things that have to be done. And I do think that in the city of Long Beach, you know, I am proud of just all the efforts that we have made. We're going to need more than just one form of transportation during that time. So I'm proud that we're looking at ways that we're going to be able to to just be effective during the Olympics. I do have a couple of questions. I like the extended hours, but so do we know? It probably was in the report, but how many are the requests that are being made to use this shuttle? Are we able to fulfill all these requests? And then when you expanded services, how did you pick where you were going to expand? Was it based on who was impacted, who was parking impacted? Was there need there? I'd just like to know a little bit about how that was selected.
Yes, good questions. So as far as the expansion, we met with our partner at Circuit and wanted to, one, address some of the concerns that we've talked about, the expansion up to address more senior housing. So that gap in the middle, if you recall back to that map, had additional housing in there. It was also an ability to connect two areas that were already being served to provide a more uniform service area that will allow us to be a little bit more efficient, to bring some of those costs down and to help support that program. So that was really the nature behind it.
So will that be like by the senior centers? Like I know we have a senior center, like wherever those senior centers go, that like we'll be servicing those areas. Is that what the plan is?
It'll be serving the areas in between the two current service locations. So in between the Belmont Shore location and the downtown location. So yeah, there's three. If we could pull the map back up, or the presentation, it might be easier to describe it. But there we go, thank you. So in that area between Belmont Shore and downtown, you can see those yellow dots. Those represent the additional senior housing that will be captured under this current expanded program. So this slide is showing the current program as well as the expanded areas.
Okay. One of the big areas that we wanted to hit too was Alameda Beach. That's traditionally one of our most parking impacted. That while we definitely have issues in downtown and Belmont Shore, a lot of the parking structures are in downtown, but they're not in Alameda Beach. And so we actually have parking assets in downtown, but very few in Alameda Beach. So be able to help make those connections. And then looking north of 6th Street, we do have a lot of seniors there that want to be able to be mobile and go to the grocery store and get out of their house. And so the bus service there doesn't really serve their needs. We've worked on that with council members and Dejas a lot. And so this is another way for those two populations specifically identified to be served.
Okay, great. And then with regards to the vehicles themselves, do they run all day on a charge, or how does that work? Are they plugging back in, or that's a long time to be using one vehicle, or are they switching them out?
So the vehicles will run continuously throughout that operational time zone. So from that 4 to 10 p.m. They'll be operating. So, and then they get charged overnight and they're ready to go again. I don't have the metric right in front of me as to how many miles they get off of a single charge, but I think it's in the 80 or so range.
Yeah. That's good. That's great. That's what I didn't know if we were switching out vehicles or if it was the same one. Okay, well, good. No, I'm very supportive of this, and it's great. I just want to, our partners at AQMD were on the trip with me, so thank you. We're always going to look for grants and look for ways that we can, secure more money for Long Beach as we build our micromobility. So thank you very much for this report.
All right, Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank the public comment people for coming and taking almost everything out of my notes about why I have some concerns with this program. And it's not the first time that we've talked about it. We've talked about it in the Mobility Committee as well. I think a year ago, we had a conversation about what the cost was for this. And while I recognize the utility of microtransit programs, I think we need to, as some of the commenters said, increase mobility options leading into 2028. It's really soon, 2028, we know. I grew up in this town when we had the passport, which I believe were those 4 routes that they were talking about. I didn't realize it ended in 2009, where you could be downtown and you could get to the Queen Mary, you could get to 2nd Street, and you hopped on a smaller shuttle-sized bus for free if you went less than 5 or 10 stops. So as I look at this, something that picks up 5 people is not going to solve anything in the long term. I understand when it came into play, we were in a different place in the city, we were in a different place, and it was funded through recovery dollars. But some of the things that folks brought up around wait times, and when wait times are too long, many of these folks end up calling Uber or Lyft anyway, which means they have the funds to pay for something that is essentially doing the same thing. So it brings into question who we're actually serving with public transit type dollars. I know it was recovery dollars, but we're also using funding that I feel like we could be investing in more innovative approaches that we can research and have perfected by 2028. I'm looking at the data that you provided. It says the average age user is 35 and 40 respectively. And the hours that you serve, I appreciate that we are looking at taking this to senior centers and senior housing, but the data shows now that the folks using it are not of that age. So the whole piece of how are we making sure that seniors are even able to access it if they don't use apps or don't have a smartphone, they're immediately excluded from being able to participate in this program. And that the timelines, while they're the peak times, they aren't times that align with doctor's appointments. So we're talking about making it accessible to medical centers as well. Doctor's appointments aren't between 4 p.m. and 10 p.m. They're not on the weekends. So I think we have to really look, while I appreciate the intent, the practical nature of who it's going to serve. And I know we're using other folks' money to do this work, but I feel like we can be investing some of that money into, as I said, being really innovative with our own transit agency. We know that they have struggled, as transit agencies have, to provide and have enough funding to do the work that they do. But again, this money into their budget might allow us some innovative ideas that, again, we can perfect and we can scale up for 2028 when we're going to need to move hundreds, if not thousands of people from the downtown to see rowing, but then to go down to city spaces where we're creating our own Olympic experience, or to the Queen Mary if that's part of it. So while I appreciate, that it is filling a gap, I worry that it's filling a gap that could be better served by enlisting our public transit agencies into the work. And I'm certainly willing to have those conversations and ask transit to come to the table, to be open to some innovative ideas and some ways that we can, I think, better serve a larger group of people in a way that doesn't disinvest from public transportation. Because we know when we talk about, livable, bikeable, walkable cities, we want people to have good transit around. That means we have to continue to invest even when it's hard, and not necessarily looking for smaller fixes that absorb a lot of dollars. $6 million is a lot of dollars. We heard people in the audience today asking for $500,000 or $1 million of structural funding. So again, I understand that this isn't all of our money, but I do think that we have an opportunity, to force innovation and to force some really hard conversations around transit and our commitment to the sustainability goals, with potentially a shuttle that there are probably some available that run electric or run on cleaner energy that hold 30 people. I mean, some of the conversations that I've heard both online and other places when they talk about the circuit is, I wish it had a more predictable stop time. I wish I knew when it was gonna come. I wish it could hold more people. Well, that is public transportation. And so we don't need to reinvent it. I think we just need to make sure that we're not disinvesting in public transit as a way to meet some short-term goals. So those are my concerns. I don't know that I have any questions. You were really good about providing the answers to the questions I had within, because we submitted them to you early, around the cost, comparable services, who uses a service, how it is marketed, all of those things. But again, if we're gonna really talk about in earnest making sure that seniors have access to transportation to meet their needs, I think we need to do it in places and on schedules that meet the needs of seniors, in a format that is readily accessible and easy for them. So those are my concerns.
All right. Well, the budget's ready. Okay.
I have one more question, just
Go
real
ahead,
quick.
Vice Mayor.
Just real quick, and I'm gonna follow up on Councilwoman Kerr's, one of her questions. So, this grant, for this, was there, was it able to be used anywhere, or was it specifically for, this type of, program?
Yeah, good question. So this was a grant that we did seek out specific for this program. We did bring that item to City Council earlier this year. I believe it was February. So it is specific to this program.
Because so you can't just necessarily take a grant and use it for something else. You have to use it for that specific program, just clarifying that. And then also, maybe, we also look at, I think there needs to be a focus on, identifying, these grants and funding so that we can get our transit more robust to a lot of the concerns that Councilwoman Kerr had as we move forward in LA 28. But that's the only question I had. Thank you.
All right, budget's ready, but I'm gonna add a comment. I told you, Tom, we're gonna talk about this one a little bit. Okay, well, I'm gonna give my comments anyway, and I don't see you guys on here. So anyway, I like the circuit. I was a hater on the circuit when the proposal first came out, but I think that was probably other dynamics. But I like the circuit, serving 1, 2, and 3, but it was never designed to be a permanent situation. Right, and I like that, and we did have a conversation about expanding it and all that. But the idea of the pilot was so that you can make when you do a pilot, you look at data and you think about permanent interventions or innovation and new strategies. So I 100% agree with Councilwoman Kerr about we should be talking about restoring like transit service. But I think it raised a different conversation, one that we started to have when I was on the city council. We have 3 agencies doing transportation in our city. You have the city, who just in this budget contracted in bikes, last mile, scooters we maintain, scooters, bikes, and now a circuit. You've got a bus, Long Beach Transit, which is quasi-city, and then a train that's Metro, that we don't even have a seat on the governing board. And so 3 different policy bodies, if you want to have one conversation about moving the residents of Long Beach. 3 different governing boards. If you want to talk about rates, if you want to talk about service levels, all of those conversations, you have to have 3 separate conversations with 3 different agencies. And I think that we have to be thinking about ways to have some joint table. We have joint use and joint XYZ with the schools. We ought to be talking about having a joint table about mobility between now and 2028 with those 3 agencies, specifically about just improving the experience of mobility in our city. Because now there's a lot of focus on how we move people around. I think there's going to be some huge opportunities and resources between now and 28. I also think I just came back from Paralympics, and I met with the International Paralympic Committee, and April Walker was in the conversation. I think this is an opportunity for us to go beyond what's required with ADA and really start thinking about being accessibility forward and innovating, since we will be a major hub for the Paralympics, innovating to really think about some ways that we can make the transit stop on First Street and other areas really transit forward. We should be thinking big. Like, I don't think anyone should have to climb a platform to get on the train in downtown. What if we were to begin envisioning right now to make the train, as the A-line comes into town, at grade, right, to where you roll or walk right onto the train and you don't have to get on a platform. These are the big thinking that we should be thinking about and doing right now leading to 2028. These are big ideas, but I think we need to think about getting all these 3 agencies together to talk big about what are we going to do around mobility. And I do remember the passport. I don't think it ended in 2009. I think it was still going. I think it was, when did passport end?
Yeah, there were various parts of the passport, but that sounds about right. And then I think they held on to the downtown for a little bit longer, and then that went away as well.
Yeah, so the downtown was still going when I started with the city, and I
the
started in
purple
2010.
One, I think the first one was between Belmont Shore and downtown. That one went away, and then later it was the small one that was going around. They changed the route for a while, and people stopped using it too. So we love the passport. We'd love to have that conversation again. I think you're asking all the right questions. I think it's an and. Mm-hmm. You know, it's an and. Right. So it's like, what can we do and add to it? Yeah. Same thing with the Olympics. This will not be our transportation plan for the Olympics.
Just so we're clear, this isn't our plan for the Olympic, the 5-person circuit.
Yeah, it'll
Let's
be
work
very,
here
very
on that.
different during the Olympics, but I think the point is, how do we get people using more transit leading up to the Olympics, which could include all kinds of different options. So you are
Right.
approving a multi-year contract tonight, but this is not us saying this is going to be
Right.
forever and forever. This is something we'd like to try out now while we've got some certain challenges. And then I agree, working with transit and others to see what else we can do to get people more into the spirit of using transit.
Right. And I would also say the feedback I've gotten on Circuit has largely been from the businesses who wanted more connectivity across the business districts. And, you know, I don't want to discount that, but I think we could think about other ways to do it, and I think it's an and. I think we could spend a little bit more time doing, focusing on the passport and other things. Last thing I'll say is in Paris, it was very clear they had different hubs that were activated. So you would take a train to get to like La Defense Stadium to see the events and games there, or you know, there'd be an easy way to get to an area, and then there'd be multiple events in one space. The concept for LA and Long Beach 28 is that you get to a sports complex, you get to a center, and there's similar events together. So folks will take the A line to get to Long Beach. When you're there, you'll have, you know, multiple events you can go to. I mean, between Olympics and Paralympics, the number is growing, right? It could be anywhere between 15 to 17 now, right? So the idea is get here, just get here, and then we can circuit you with other things from one venue to the next. And I think the car-free Olympics can work if that's the plan. Get people to these hubs and invest in mobility within the hubs so people can circuit around and through. I think that can work. We're way off topic. Well, it's kind of on topic, but we had some time to kill, so I thought it was a fun conversation. Councilman Kerr?
Yeah, thank you for those closing comments.
Sure.
And I think these are conversations that we have to start having now. So this is an interim thing. Again, in a budget cycle and continuing budget cycles, that will be more challenging. And I understand that you got this specific grant for this. So I get how that works.
You voted for that grant.
I know I did. And I voted with trepidation because, again, we've had this conversation in mobility before. But one ask I would have is that as this program continues, because I'm sure it will pass, that we be really intentional on the data that we collect. So we're talking a lot about seniors tonight. We're talking about hospitals. I think we need to keep an eye on that, and we need to report back maybe in a year that says, are we hitting the people that we said we wanted to hit? And if not, what marketing are we doing? What training are we doing? How are we working with those populations to ensure that the money that we are intentionally spending to benefit those folks is actually benefiting them and not other folks? So I would ask, as part of this item, that we report out or report back the evaluation and have a plan to do better if in a year from now we're not hitting any of those different targets. I think that's just really critical in terms of, again, how are we being accountable with money that we use for the intention that we're using it. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
And is that added to the motion? That helps us track it. If that's those report backs, those
Yes,
should be
I
either
would
added
ask a
or
friendly
not added.
to have tracking and data.
All right, next is Councilwoman Zadejas.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for those who came and did public comment. I really appreciate you being here. I think you rose very good points and very good conversation, as you could see. To Councilmember Kerr, thank you so much for raising those points. I absolutely agree with you with what we're trying to get to here. I also know that this was a specific grant for this particular company. I also know that a lot of my residents are very happy with Circuit, only because they can leave their house after 6 p.m. because the parking is so impacted in our area that they now have a way on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to get to the grocery store without losing their parking spot. And also the small businesses around are welcoming of this. And so, but I do think that it's very important that we continue looking at, are we serving the community that is intended? So Councilmember Kerr, I would love to add that to the motion so that we can collect that kind of data and we can actually see how this is working, and even encourage us to explore a little bit. Maybe the hours are set, but maybe we can look at maybe having it Friday morning too instead of Thursday evening or something like that, so that we can offer the service at a time where seniors are more willing and able to use it, which is during the day for a lot of our seniors. But also, I do want to say that a lot of our residents who don't want to lose their parking spot at night really appreciate the service. So again, thank you all for your comments, and I hope we can support this item. Thank you.
All right, the budget's done, guys. We got to get to that. All right, members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
Let's go back to the budget and take care of these final two votes.
Recommendation to declare an emergency to exist pursuant to City Charter Section 211 for the Appropriations Ordinance for FY25, creating and establishing the fund group of the municipal government and appropriating money to and authorizing expenditures from said funds for said fiscal year. A-14.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Members, please cast your vote.
Vice Mayor Allen. Motion is carried.
All right, next.
Recommendation to declare the appropriations ordinance for FY25, creating and establishing the fund groups of the municipal government and appropriating money to and authorizing expenditures from said funds and for said fiscal year as an emergency ordinance read and adopted as read and laid for the next regular meeting of the City Council for final reading. A-15.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Members, please, is there any public, oh, we already did public comment. Any members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
All right, congratulations, the budget is adopted. Congratulations, everyone, we're done. All right, budget is adopted, good job. All right, we have two more items before we go. Quick ones, 23.
Report from Public Works, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute all documents necessary to amend the contract with Laz Parking California LLC for citywide parking operations and management services for a revised contract amount not to exceed $48.5 million and extend the term of the contract to March 30th, 2025, citywide.
Any public comment? Members, please cast your vote.
Motion is carried.
24.
Report from Community Development, recommendation to declare ordinance approving a zone change from general industrial to light industrial in order to facilitate better consistency with the general plan land use element neo-industrial place type designation read and adopted as read. District 9.
I see one member of the public signed up for public comment. Dave Shukla.
Good evening, Dave Shukla, 3rd District. I would like to communicate some concerns with the proposed zoning change. I would like to make clear that any comments I have about the proposed project cited at 5910 Cherry Avenue are only made with respect to the precedents set for future projects as well as citywide, as well as potential projects in my own neighborhood. The proposed zoning change for projects currently of the heavier industrial place type, IG, general industrial, to lighter, less polluting lighter, less polluting industrial uses, such as those under the NI neo-industrial place type or the IL light industrial place type, do not seem to have any meaningful alignment with facilitating the climate action adaptation plan, its core statutory deliverables to reduce emissions and reduce resource use overall. And frankly, the proof of this is in the difference between the proposed project at the site, 5910, submitted last year by Link Logistics, and the one that was agreed to this year, last week in fact, at that site. And it's notable because specifically, there were some improvements, around electric vehicle charging, solar paneling, and so on. But last week, the principal community benefit listed by city staff in the presentation question and answer period afterwards was that the electric and water usage taxes, since there will be a lot of those at that site. Now, one of my concerns generally about this new neo-industrial or light industrial place type and the kinds of changes of areas currently zoned IG or general industrial is that they'll continue to be resource intensive commercial projects whose uses can be not only missed opportunities, but frankly concerning precedents. And we only have so many chances if you take the science seriously, to convert the spaces that are either at a point of siting that are being changed over or for sale or in any way can actually be substantially changed. A lot of the current building stock the city owns, a lot of the current building stock within the city cannot be effectively transitioned. So these opportunities are few and far between. Now, with respect to the precedent, I'm concerned that in neighborhoods like mine where there are IG, general industrial uses, there will be not only significant environmental impacts, but significant kind of misses. The tenant, for instance, in this project has not yet been assigned or approved or, accepted, whatever the process is, excuse me. But there isn't any specification, for instance, on the project itself that it be part of a logistics network where electric vehicle charging is first and foremost the priority, because that would reduce emissions overall not only in the city, but within the ports, climate action adaptation plans, as well as the counties.
Dave, your time's concluded.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, members, please, members, please catch your vote.
Motion is carried.
General public comment number 2, please. All right, we have one member of the public, Dave Shukla.
Should have just stayed where I was. Thank you again. I'll keep it very brief. I'd just like to say a few words about method, and I'd like to thank Councilman Supernaw for sitting through whatever I have to say. As you probably have noticed, most of the time I wing it. I write things down impromptu on the agendas that are passed out prior. I note the time. I'm looking at the clock a lot just so I can remember where and when things happened. And that's been my method with these city council meetings for really the past 4 years, since a couple of things happened to me personally, which still trying to deal with. And with respect to the city's budget, I would love to be able to see the actual mechanics of how these funds are developed, maintained, and turned over. I think there's tremendous space for somebody with any kind of social science or public policy or practical city government experience to view it from different perspectives, including those that might be able to meet the kind of moment which I keep fearing we're getting less and less time to deal with. And with climate change or with nuclear weaponry or any other existential threat, artificial intelligence if you like, the root is always man. The root is always us. It's up to us, our choices, who we are, what we do with our time. And with respect to method, I appreciate that we live in a democratic society where I can come here and waste your time for a couple of minutes each night. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes general public comment. We'll now go to announcements and adjournment. I'm going to close in memory of Brian Wooten, a member of our animal care services team who passed suddenly last week. Brian joined the animal care team as an attendant in June of 2020 and played an important role in the day-to-day care of 4,000 plus animals that come through the Long Beach Animal Care Services doors every year. He was dedicated to the care of all animals, and he was known by his colleagues to have an incredible sense of humor. He brought joy to all those who had the privilege of knowing and working with him. His absence will be felt heavily by his family and our animal care staff and volunteers. Next, we have Councilmember Kerr.
Yes, thank you for that, Mr. Mayor. This weekend, I invite you all to participate in the 6th annual Ranchos Walk. This Saturday, September 14th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. This year, the walk will start at Rancho Los Alamitos and conclude at Rancho Los Cerritos. You can choose between a 9-mile, 6-mile, or 3-mile route to hike the crest trail that links those two ranchos. While walking, you can listen to a guided audio tour to learn about Long Beach history and conclude the event with a complimentary meal at the post-walk celebration hosted by Rancho Los Cerritos. So we hope to see you out there on some portion of the walk. Also this Saturday, you can join community members at the Parkview Village at their monthly Second Saturdays block party. And the hangar at Long Beach Exchange is celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month at this week's themed pop-up market between 12 and 6 p.m. Enjoy an afternoon of culture and community with local vendors, LBX eateries, live music, and activities. Have a good week, everybody.
All right, Councilwoman Zendejas.
I would like to invite you to save the date for this year's Dia de los Muertos Grand Parade on Saturday, November 2nd, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. on Pine Avenue in downtown Long Beach. For more information, please email me or my office at district1@longbeach.gov or call us at 562-570-6919. Join the community for the Washington Neighborhood Musical Evening on Saturday, September 14th from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. at 14th Street Park between Cedar and Chestnut Avenue. For more information, please contact jesusesparza@gmail.com. Join Wilmore City Heritage Association on a First District Neighborhood Beautification event beginning at 9 a.m. on Saturday, September 21st, 2024. Meeting location will be at 347 West 7th Street. For more information, please contact wilmorecity@gmail.com. And lastly, please mark your calendars for the first ever Latino Restaurant Week happening during Hispanic Heritage Month starting on September 29th through October 5th. For more information, please visit LatinorestaurantWeekLB.com or follow them on Instagram at Affluent Hispanic. Thank you all. See you out in the community.
We got 3 minutes. If we can get out in 3 minutes, we will have gotten the budget done before 9 o'clock. Councilmember Supernaw, Councilwoman Sorrow, it's on you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor, for that wonderful introduction. So it's another busy weekend in the 4th District. We have Kids Love Soccer classes beginning in District 4. That's a Good Neighbor Park and Eldorado Park West. And that first class starts at 3:20 p.m. on Friday, so you can contact PRM or our council office for details or check our Friday newsletter. And then Saturday morning, Councilwoman Kerr mentioned the Ranchos Walk. That actually starts at the bottom of the hill. That starts at the intersection of Anaheim and Palo Verde. The good news is you don't have to walk up Bixby Hill before you start the walk. And I'll try to be out there to greet everyone. I won't be attending because I have another event to go to. And that is, for the first time since 1979, there is a Signal Hill Model T climb up Hill Street. And that's at 10 a.m. Saturday morning, so get out there and watch the Model Ts go up the hill. Thank you.
Yes, just 2 events. It's the Cambodia Town Film Festival starting this Friday. It's at the Art Theater. Sponsored by myself and Vice Mayor Allen. There's an up-close and classical event at the Holy Innocents Church in the 6th District on 425 20th Avenue Street, and hope you come to both events. Thank you. Done.
And we got it done at 8:59. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you so much. There's 2 firefighters still here. Woohoo. Why are you still here? All right. Thank you. Have a good night.